the version I sent you is basically like just like it says on the thing. It's version 1 of like the
Mm-hmm.
final thing. But that's basically like the general outline. I'll probably add some more things, take out, tighten it, do all sorts of other things. But you basically get the general idea of all the information I was able to scour on you. With the exception of as soon as I finished it, as soon as it was rendering, the one band I remembered that I forgot to put on here was Burn Halo.
No, they were you mentioned them briefly.
I did? Oh, all right.
Yeah.
I guess I forgot that I mentioned them, but so I guess we can start at like the beginning here, or we can just kind of try to introduce you a bit as to what people might know you from mainly, which would be your tenure. What was it, like 2-3 years with Jamie's?
I was in Jamie's for. Jamie's is an interesting story. Because honestly, I didn't even join the band. I kind of got into I went to a house party, and two of the members were there, Anthony Cariosha and Mike Spearman, and they were a little drunk. We were over at this like pop punk band's apartment. They're called Que Sera, and they were just.
I remember them.
They were just. Yeah. So we're over at their guitar player's apartment in Roseville, and I'd gone to a house party that had gotten shut down from like, too many people were there. So by the time I got there, it was already over. And so we're like, well, what are we going to do? I don't want to go home. So we drove over and we're just hanging out at this apartment with these random dudes.
Oh, wait, shit. I forgot to ask you this. Are you cool with me recording a part of
yeah,
this?
No, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
I mean, that's why I offered the Discord. I figured you made a mention. I get sidetracked very easily, so this will be interesting. But you made a mention of there's really only a few interviews available that I've ever done, the majority of them were in character. Yeah. So I've never actually talked about a lot of my shit, and I thought about the amount of subtle detail or like continuity that I did not want to type up. So I was like, no, I'll tell you, and if you can actually use this rather than having to reboot it, that's fine. But yeah, so I show up at this house party. It's 2007. Like, skinny jeans are just coming into fashion, and there's these two guys with like straightened hair, just drinking Fireball, or I think it wasn't even Fireball, something terrible. And they were just complaining about how they've been trying out singers and nobody in town can sing for shit. It's like, they're like, man, they don't even need a good singer. They just need like a mediocre singer. Like, they're not looking for like the next, like, Gregory Owens from Chiodos, or like, they're not trying to be the next Seos. And like, I'm sitting there and like, I had already done, I'd been in Picketline. That was how I even became a singer in the first place. I didn't start as a vocalist. I didn't know I could sing. I was a bass player when I did the Picketline record.
You were a bass player for the Picketline record?
Yeah. When we went into studio for the Picketline record, it was four friends three of us from my high school and one from another high school down the street, our drummer. And I think our guitar player's dad was like a millionaire or some shit. He knew Sylvia Massey from high school, and she did like Tool, Powerman 5000, System of a Down, fucking all these people. She had like pictures of her with like Prince and like working with like Van Halen and all this shit. And so we walk in there at like 17 years old. We're in high school still, and we did a 2-song EP over a weekend with her, and we sucked.
The one that you guys uploaded to your website?
No, like that's gone to the annals of time. I think I might have a burned CD with that still on it, but that was with our original screamer. He did inward screams, like old, like early era Deftones.
I remember, yeah.
And then like he shaved like an inverted mohawk into his head. Nice. He looked like the guy from Alien Ant Farm a little bit. But he also chain smoked, and we did the demo, and that was fine because, like, I think that was winter of 2002. We were seniors in high school, and we played like 2 or 3 shows opening for people, and then we graduated high school, and we're like, well, we're going to be musicians for a living because we want to. So we just dedicated straight to it, and his dad's like, all right, I'll I'll talk to Sylvia, and the reason that she, like, the way she's made her money, the way she's made her like empire, was she found bands like when she found System of a Down. She's like, I will record you guys for free, but I'll take extra points on the records. So when you sell 1 million records, I'll make a shit ton of money. You guys will make a little bit of money. But if you sell no records, then you got a free record, and I basically just bite the bullet. And she offered to do the same thing for us. Kinda. Like, and so we got into a situation where we're 18, we don't know shit. Like, I'm playing a $250 bass. We're in a studio that's costing $1,000 a day to be there.
Right.
Like, we had just passed From First to Last had just recorded a record in there.
Oh.
And it's like, they recorded Heroin, their second record.
Oh, no shit.
It just happened. And it was just like shock. Like, I don't have a concept of dealing with actual rock stars. I still go to auto mechanics class, kind of a thing. So like, we went in there with no idea what we were doing. We recorded a 10 track record, 12 track. Wait, hold on. I have it right. I might be the only person that still has fucking copies of this because I found a box of them. But yeah, we recorded Chapter End, which is a 12 song record. And we wrote 5 of them in studio. Problem was, we did all of our drum tracking. I recorded all my bass. Wes recorded all of his guitars. And then when Taylor tried to record vocals, we wasted like 4 or 5 days trying to track. And
was he just not getting it? Or
his voice was just shot. He could, everything that they were using wasn't salvageable. But meanwhile, we're living up there. It was in a place called Weed, California. And so we're living in like, the studio is built in an old like haunted theater, and the building right next to it, which used to be a barbershop, she had turned into her offices and then apartments for the bands to live in. So I was living up there, and so I was sitting in the hallway like playing acoustic. I think I was playing like a Taproot song or some shit, and she heard me from the office singing, and so she brings us all into the studio, and she's like, I want for the chorus, I want us to do a gang vocal chorus for this, but I'm gonna track each of you individually so that I can mix it. So I'm like, okay, so we all track independently, and then he's like, all right, Taylor, go upstairs, drink hot tea, take a shower, try to like take care of your voice. And she leaves, and then she sits the 3 of us down, and she goes, okay, so this is what your singer sounds like, and plays it. And then she's like, all right, this is what Chris sounds like, and clicks it. And then she turns around, she's like, why the fuck isn't this kid your singer? And like, yeah. I wasn't very popular. Like, I had to fight to get into the band because I was like the odd kid out at my high school. I was the foreign kid because I didn't grow up in Grass Valley. I was from the city. So I was like, I rollerbladed, everyone else skateboarded. So it was like, no, we hate that kid. He knows how to dance good and likes to play basketball and societal norms.
Right.
So like to be a bass player in the band was already like an ego boost. But for me to be like the lead singer was like, I wasn't prepared for that, so to speak. But she's like, I don't want to charge you guys money anymore. I'm going to send you home for 3 weeks. You can either get Taylor in vocal lessons or find another vocalist or come back and record it yourselves. But my advice would be to go back, rewrite it, and then come back and have Chris do it. And so we went back and we tried to give Taylor an opportunity, and he self-destructed because he didn't like, being put in that position. So, and being told like to quit smoking and take care of himself. And, you got that teenage angst. So, he didn't take care of himself. And, it was like 2 days before we were supposed to go back, and we didn't know any of the singers. And so the 3 of us just said, we'll write it and record it all ourselves. Like, all 3 of us will do it. It'll be fine. And so we went back up. And so over the course of 1 week, with Kale Holmes, we went into like the side studio, and just the 3 of us were camped there, like in the wintertime. And we'd all just feverishly write lyrics all day long while we're playing like Morrowind or whatever the fuck, or going sledding. And then the next morning when Kale would show up, he was like, what do you guys have? He's like, all right, we start piecing together line by line. Like, I like that line. What did you write? Oh, I like that line. And we just make up a song. And it's like, all right. And then I'd go in the booth and I'd just freestyle it. And we recorded like 2 songs a day that way and did the whole record in 6 days. And put it out, like, because what the fuck else were we going to do? And that was how I became a vocalist. And so it was very odd. I didn't really ever feel like one. Also because of the fact that pretty much everyone in the band could sing, it didn't really feel like there was like an ego trip to it or anything. And then shortly after that, my friend Arthur joined the band as a bass player, and he was a fantastic singer. That's like my better half. And the 4 of us went and did Picketline. And so everyone knows Picketline as a 4-piece, but technically on the record we're a trio. And prior to that, we were a different 4-piece that sucked. It wasn't great.
Is there any recordings?
Inhale Screaming was never great.
No, Inhale Screaming was super popular in the mid 2000s, I want to say. Like, right, I mentioned this in a different video that I'm doing on A Graceful, the Chris Roeder's band before like Moths of Flames.
Okay, yeah.
Where basically he kind of, what skyrocketed his initial career was that he was good at singing and he wasn't doing inhales. Mm-hmm. Because at the time, everyone who thought they could scream was doing inhales or pig squeals, and that was kind of it.
Oh God, pig squeals was a whole different monster.
Yeah.
Yeah, inhales. Like, I just think you sound like a pterodactyl, but like, which is fun if you want to sound like a pterodactyl. But it from what I saw perspective wise, it just damaged the shit out of people's vocal cords. Like, Chino from the Deftones did it. Had polyps. Fucking lost his voice. Couldn't sing very good. Oh God. I actually worked with somebody when I was in Sea of Treachery that was a predominantly inhale screamer, and yeah, his voice blew out on him too. But I didn't like you don't have control over it. Yeah. And I was lucky enough that my nanny, I guess, like the person, when my parents would go out of town for the weekend, there was a kid on my block that would watch the house. His name was Ian, and he was in a band. He fronted a punk band. I had no concept of what, like, size his band was or what kind of fame level, because it was such a, like, microcosm when you live, like, shut off in the foothills, like, you know, kind of at the beginning of the internet. So I didn't realize he was signed to Anti-Flag Records, and their band was very, very good. And so he kind of, like, I grew up like listening to their tapes while I skated in the garage and shit. And so I learned all their bass lines, and he taught me how to scream the right way, because he wasn't a singer. He was a screamer. And so he taught me the proper process to scream. So I was able to do both and not blow my voice out. It wasn't like a forced scream. It was, fry style, like compression scream.
That's cool. Yeah. So I mentioned this also in the other video that I'm working on simultaneously with this one, where in early internet, there was a period before YouTube where the internet existed and you could download videos and stuff like that, but there wasn't any real resources to teach you how to scream or anything like that. For singing, maybe, but for screaming, there was like nothing.
There was one vocal coach in LA. This is like 2005, I think. There was one vocal coach that was known for teaching screaming, and like that was the go-to. If you're like Avenged Sevenfold, you go there. Like, and so the singer for Dead City Sunday, Zach Day, because we were signed to a subsidiary of Capitol, and so we did the whole record down in LA, and then we did
how did you go from Picketline to Dead City Sunday?
So the town I grew up in, Picketline was from Grass Valley. Dead City Sunday was from Auburn. They're about 10 minutes away from each other, and there's nothing around. We were the only 2 bands in like an hour drive, other than Pipe Down, which was always on tour. But that's what Dead City Sunday is based off of. It's actually based off of the town that we lived in, because everything would be shut down on Sundays because church. So there's just nothing to do. You couldn't go get food anywhere. Couldn't go see a movie. Couldn't do shit. So anytime we would play a show, we would open for Dead City, and we were around the same age group. They were about a year or so older. Zach, the singer, and Kim, the drummer, were related. They were cousins. And then Kim had a younger sister, Diana, that I started dating. And so we just kind of became like I don't know, friends. I slept on their band room floor for like 6 months, fresh out of high school, just kind of like playing Halo and going to the river, kind of like that fiasco.
That's cool.
And so with Picketline, we had we had built our own Warped Tour stage. We had a big giant Ford F550 truck that we had decked out with speakers and everything else. And we had been pitching a television show to MTV called Picketline's Ambush America. It was basically going to be us just like riding up to events, other venues, South by Southwest, colleges, high schools, and we could just roll up, drop a stage, and just start playing in like 10 seconds, and then just drive away. And it was going to be kind of like our road to trying to get a record deal. And so it was like I think they picked it up for like 6 episodes. But the problem is the guy that did the pitch, the guy that had the original idea with our manager about it, he had gotten burned on, I think he worked for Blind Date or something before that. He'd gotten burned out of a producer deal before. So his like hill to die on was he was going to have an executive producer credit. And MTV said they would not, they wouldn't do outside executive producers. They would never give him an executive producer credit. And so he said, well, I'm never going to sign off to allow this to happen. And so the band is just in limbo, like practicing 10 hours a day, working out, getting ready to like go do all this shit. Cause we'd filmed like a lot of stuff for it, but like we were ready to go do it and then be signed and then go on tour. And so instead it turned into a year of being locked in a garage and just playing the same songs over and over. And then it became infighting with management. They didn't like that I screamed. He was very, Led Zeppelin was his favorite band. And he talked so much shit to me about being a screaming vocalist, which only made me want to do it more. So ultimately it got
I read
to the
this
point
somewhere
where,
that there's like a clip of someone complaining about your screaming somewhere on the picket line.
yeah. So at the end of the record, at the end of the Picketline record, about I don't know 6 minutes of silence in, because in 2003 it was like the
Secret
cool
checks.
thing to have a secret track. Yeah. So it's a tape recording, like an actual little tape player recording of a neighbor from across the hill, because we lived kind of in the foothills, that had driven over and driven up the road onto our property and just come to just talk shit. Like, who's all these fucking cars? You guys sound like shit. Where's your fucking parents? And we just troll them the whole time. And the funny part, well, actually the odd part of that was it's actually a reenactment of something that actually happened. But the footage, the original audio footage, was on a Handycam video that Wes's sister was taking from the house, and they taped over the tape. So we reenacted the footage to do that because it was like a thing. So our manager is the asshole yelling at us, telling us like we suck and that we should shut up and that our screams are garbage. And then he basically that was his actual opinion at the end of the day.
That's true.
So it was a little it was a little I don't know, foreboding.
Yeah.
But like I'm still close with a lot of the guys. Ultimately, Wes, the guitar player for Picketline, who's one of my best friends from high school, is also a huge producer. He's an EDM producer. He's also the guy that moved me down to LA, and he's the guy that introduced me to and recorded the entire Kaioken record.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So yeah, great, good people get together and make music, and then 8 years later, good people get together and make music again.
Nice.
Yeah, it was a super random, just spur of the moment thing. But I'll get to that. But yeah, so my girlfriend's like, get out of this band, you're not doing anything. And the other guitar player for Dead City Sunday and the bass player for Dead City Sunday were joining the army. So they had openings, and I was like, cool, I'll get to tour in a signed band with my girlfriend and her family. So like that's fine. So I just joined into that. And like Zach Day was like one of my, like, I guess, clean vocal coaches. He was the one that kind of like influenced my vocal style, because when I was starting to sing, like when I was in high school and shit, I was big into Tenacious D, but also like
Oh, that's great.
Thrice, um, Finch, Thursday, stuff like that. And then I met Dead City, and me and Zach became uber nerds on Coheed and Cambria.
Oh,
And
Coheed's great.
so our warm-ups were just early Coheed records. We would just 2 hours before band practice, we would turn on the PA and we would just put a record on and we would just sing along with it. And so that taught me not only like, better like mic handling and singing and screaming, transitions and stuff like that, but also helped me to cultivate my high vocal range, because I've never had a high voice. I've always sounded like this. Not like this, but I've always had a really low voice. So singing, I didn't think I would have a high register. I really had to push for it in Picketline, but that's because I had never sang before at that point. I wasn't even a choir kid. I had been in like a dance choir in junior high, but that was different. And so working with him and then working on my I guess forced falsetto range had gotten me a lot better at it, but there came a point where Dead City was kind of imploding. Kim was getting married, Ronnie was getting older, Zach was just being Zach. It wasn't really going anywhere, and so we were kind of just partying and like playing maybe a show every couple months, not really doing much. And then I go to that house party that gets shut down, and so I'm at Cyrus, and I'm listening to these two guys with like straight bangs like complain about how all the singers in town are shit. Meanwhile, I'm sitting there like, I got an acoustic in the back of my car if you guys want to go like jam outside. He's like, oh yeah, sure. So we all go outside and we're like sitting on the back of my truck, and I just played 7 Years by Sayos, and they were like, holy fuck, what are you doing tomorrow? And I was like, I don't know. And they're like, come to band practice. I was like, okay. So the next day I drove down to Sacramento, which is about a half hour, 45 minutes, to their practice place, and met the whole band. And they had 5 songs, 6 songs. And I was like, all right, you guys just play and I'll just freestyle, and just like swoosh way my way through things. And we're bouncing around the place, and like, I'm just like pretending like I'm in Chiodos and just screaming gibberish, and everyone's having a great time just because they're like, we're having fun. And we did that like twice. And then they're like, all right, cool. Like, what are you doing tomorrow? And I'm like, nothing. They're like, all right, come back. And I'm like, okay, sure. So I go home, get some sleep, I come back. And instead of going to their room, we went into a different room at the end of the hall, where their demo studio was, the guy that had recorded Goodbye Rocket Man. They had already tracked all of the instrumentals like a couple months before, and they just threw my ass into the studio. So in 3 days, I wrote Goodbye Rocket Man, St. George's Under Fire.
No, that's crazy. Just 3 that you guys.
Like,
wow.
I have this weird 2-a-day habit, I guess. I don't know. It's only those 2 bands that I did that. I definitely didn't keep up that pace with any of my other records. But yeah, I just go in and I would just like, they'd all step out. I just like sit there and listen to it on repeat and write in my notebook for like 20 minutes, and then say like, I think I've got some lyric ideas, and I'd go in and I'd get a line, and then I'd find a melody, and then we would just go. And we recorded it super fast. Ultimately, the concept was just to try to be able to go play shows, because they had been a band at that point for almost a year, without actually being able to do anything. They had only one other vocalist before me, and he was in the band for about 4 months. He lived there for 4 months. They recorded one song called Chronicles of the Beekeeper. And his name's Tony Gambino. He ultimately became the vocalist for Blessed by a Broken Heart up in Canada. But at the time, he did James Elsewhere, and then it didn't work out, or there was some problem. It was prior to my time. So I met the guys, and I kind of got adopted into their little emo family. And they're like, all right, you're growing your hair out, and we're gonna straighten it for you. My girlfriend's a hairstylist. And yeah, we're gonna dress you better for the part. I guess I looked like a bro or something at the time. That didn't fit the image, but they just wanted to go out and play, because I mean, if you know much about Jamie's, you know the Scarpelli brothers, because Matt's still in the band, and then Anthony, his older brother, they were in a band called Mozart Season, which was like early emo, and so they had gotten some fame from that, and they wanted to continue to write it. But they were tired of waiting. So it was like, all right, we're booking. You're like 3 weeks from now, we're playing at the Underground. And we did. We opened for a couple of our friends' bands. And I think we played like 4 or 5 shows before we wound up getting shopped. So we got picked up by Artery.
There's this rumor that, and so I'm asking you if this is true. Like I mentioned it in the video, that you got into a car accident before you ever, when you initially tried to audition for Jamie's. Is that true, or did that just not happen?
I answered a want ad, like looking for vocalist ad that was in the practice studios, like up on a billboard. And so I talked to Mike, the keyboard player, on the phone like once or twice. I was living kind of in the area at the time, but I was working. I was 20, so yeah, it was about a year before I actually wound up joining up with the guys. It was the end of the Dead City era, and I was in it was my 21st birthday. We were driving up to Auburn to go skate. And I was looking out the side window because the dude that was driving next to me was, blasting music, and his girlfriend was cute, and they had the top down on the car. I wasn't paying attention to the fact that there was a red light in front of me and a car stopped. And I rear-ended a Mercedes going like 40.
Oh, shit.
Which did no damage to my truck, but just completely like accordioned their trunk. And they were really nice about it. But the problem was, this is August 3rd. It's my birthday. I had accidentally let my insurance slacks on August 1st. So I wound up having to pay out of pocket for that. And it cost me about 11 grand.
Jesus.
Yeah, that set me back pretty significantly for a bit. And so I just I was working at like Jamba Juice, I think, at the time. I don't give a shit about money. I was trying to play music and hang out with my friends. As long as I could afford to pay rent and, get a burrito, I was happy. So that sucked. But yeah, it kind of turned my attention away from the Jamie's guys. And funnily enough, shortly after that, I also answered a reach out from somebody. I don't know how they got my information, but Cee Treachery reached out to me.
Around this time?
Actually, a drummer that was from a metal band in kind of like downtown, or not downtown, Sacramento-based area, Lodi or something like that. He was supposed to be the new drummer for Cee Treachery, and was like, "Yo, we're piecing this band together. I'm a huge fan of yours. You should join this with me. Like, we could totally take this over. We could move them out here to California. It would be sick." So the original concept was for me to be a guitar player in Cee Treachery. And this is prior to At Daggers Drawn. So it's well before I actually joined the band.
Right.
And so I was I was interested in it, but I was in a position at that point where it was more for, it was a pride boost that I was getting this attention. People were interested in me. And at the end of the day, I had a mortgage payment and a girlfriend that like hated touring to her core and would flame me alive if I joined another band. So I never really pulled the trigger with either of them until I guess the next year when I ran into the guys, and it just kind of was like it happened. So then I was in the band. It was a lucky draw because everyone in Jamie's Elsewhere at the time was all best friends. and all of their girlfriends were all best friends. So it was like
Oh.
there was a community that like I could go on tour because my girlfriend wasn't like, I'm missing you. It's like I'm with all my girlfriends that are all missing you. Like there was like a connection kind of a thing.
Yeah.
And that was a whole other interesting perspective, just because of my own like life choices and the things I was going through. You know, I guess on the inside at the time. there's the persona that you put on. There's the personality that you know offer to your friends, and like the way that you act around people. And then there's the way that like your brain's working and the stuff you're struggling with and shit. So that was interesting to have, but it was nice for a while, until it wasn't.
Okay, so I guess we can let's finish out. So far we're in like 2007, so let me just finish that year out.
Yeah, I was like, I don't want to keep like, I don't want to turn this into a 3-hour like me just blowing it. Like this is when I did cocaine with Miley Cyrus.
No, you're good. Like, I mean, anything that comes up naturally, just go for it. I'm not gonna cut you off or anything like that.
Yeah, I just don't want to. I feel I'm an oversharer. I tend to talk. I tend to tell people everything because honestly, like, I mean, I've gone through a lot in my life, and I've especially over the last couple of years, I've been doing a lot of therapy, and so I'm used to kind of info dumping, and nobody's ever been like outside of like relationships or you know, other bandmates or like fans, like no one's ever really been either interested or had the attention span long enough for me to ramble all of this shit at. So there's so much. I mean, we're talking about almost 20 years of my life that like things happened, and some people have a perspective on it. A lot of people don't really know what the hell happened. Like the day before the very first Picketline show, Taylor and I were in a car accident. I flipped my truck and we both almost died.
Jesus.
So I almost hit a deer going through a hilly area and flipped my truck with both of us not wearing our seatbelts into a rock quarry.
Oh.
And we landed upside down and we were both fine. Like I got some cuts in my mouth from like glass, and like our backs hurt really bad the next day. But we played the show. It's kind of it's goofy when I think of shit like that. And I was like, nobody knows that. Like,
well, this is the time to share it, I guess.
Yeah, I guess. So outside of little joke bands,
yeah,
which are gone to time, unfortunately, I had about 5 side project bands that I had made with other musicians, just on off weekends, or you know, over a summer when we were just dicking off, or, oh, this guy got a new recording set up. Like, let's go, you know, record a couple songs at his house. And all of that was on MySpace. Like, that was the only place other than Pure Volume, like, there was no online media sharing. Like, we weren't printing records of this. We weren't going to take the time to even go and buy, like, the little mini CDs. And we print maybe one for, like, your truck. But as far as keeping and archiving the music, it was all on MySpace. And then when MySpace had their great purge, they lost like 90% of their fucking data. All of that went away. So a lot of those songs are gone forever. They're still up here. I know how to play a couple of them, but I mean, I was in a band called Mount Awesome. I think I was called like Beardsley, I think was my name in that one. I mean, we wrote songs about like how we can do more push-ups than your boyfriend and like random dumb shit. It was rad. The music was great. It was like Head Automatica style music, but it made no fucking sense because, you know, bored.
Yeah, I mean,
and then
no, you're fine. I was gonna say like, yeah, I mean, like, you sometimes, I don't know, as a person who writes songs, I don't really release that much music. I've released maybe like 2 or 3 songs. Sometimes you just kind of write something just to kind of get it out, and you're not really thinking about it super seriously or trying to.
It's about the experience of writing. Like I have a 20 track hip hop record that I did with Artie, the bass player from Picketline, and some of the songs are fire, and some of them are dumb. Like they're really dumb. But at the time, like we just goofing off, and it was funny, and like that's how we spent our afternoon, writing this like goofy ass song, and like it's fun because you forget about it, like because you've never had any intention of ever performing it or even releasing it or even showing anyone outside of maybe your household social circle or like close knit group of friends that also are avid Homestar Runner fans or whatever the hell it is that's
Dude, this is the second time someone's mentioned Homestar Runner to me this week after not hearing
really
about it for like 4 to 5 years or something.
I kind of went through the same thing because the guys that I was camping with at Wasteland, they are in charge of like setting up and installing all of the porta potties. They like work with the porta potty company that comes in and cleans it, so that they actually they basically just do all the install in the first place. They don't work with poop. But I started calling him the Poop Smith from Homestar Runner just because I remember that character being dumb. So I'm gonna make them stickers, Poop Smith stickers or patches or some shit for next week.
That'd be cool. A patch especially would be cool.
Yeah, I think they call right now. They're called like I don't know, Duke Patrol or some shit. Like
nice.
That it's bad. But yeah, there's a lot of hidden Easter egg gems like that in music just naturally, because ultimately artists are predominantly quirky people, and you only really know what the hell we're talking about if we tell you what we're talking about.
Yeah,
yeah,
that's true.
I'll drop this bomb here right now because I haven't actually. I was gonna drop it on Instagram later, but I'll give it to you first because this will be fun. James also doesn't know this, but on Guidebook for Sinners Turned Saints, there is a song called "That Vicious Vixen with a Beard," which was my first acknowledgement of being non-binary. I was dealing with gender fluidity and the confusion around that, of being surrounded by straight hetero like comfortable like your average couples. Everyone was like in a happy normal couple, and I had a normal relationship, but it was because that was what you would have. Like that was the okay thing to have, and it wasn't socially acceptable to be open about that kind of stuff. And especially where I grew up, it was very like I said, I got picked on for being a rollerblader. Like it was we didn't have a person of color at our school until junior year, and it was actually Shaft's daughter. It was Richard Roundtree's daughter. So the guy that played Shaft moved into a ranch surrounded by these ding rich entitled white people, and like I couldn't be myself, and I didn't really know how to deal with it. But it was a time in music especially where you could name a song anything and no one would ask you what it meant. Like nobody cared. They just assumed that you were just making up something goofy. Case in point, like politics of knife fighting, life ain't easy when you're a mythical creature. Yeah, That Vicious Vixen with a Beard, it's veiled as a song about I think I told after the fact, after listening back to the lyrics and stuff, I think I told the guys that it was about Call of Duty Zombies or something like that. But really at the time, and I didn't realize this until a couple years ago, but at the time I had no idea what the hell I was writing about. Like, because I was freestyling shit, because I was making up the lyrics on the spot, I was not doing the in-depth, like, self-searching therapy of like, is this about heartbreak? Is this about loss? Is this about regret? Like, what am I talking about? I had no idea. I didn't realize until I was about 30 that a lot of my stuff was borderline toxic. I was an immature boy, in some ways. But I've obviously changed that a little bit too. So it's great because it's like growth is a weird thing, and looking back at like something you did 10 years ago, 20 years ago, it's like the clothes you wear 20 years ago. You look back, mild cringe, like I was wearing Jinkos or some shit, like. I have that with lyrics sometimes. I'm like, oh, I want to apologize to that ex-girlfriend. I'm sorry, you didn't do nothing wrong. I was just emo early.
Yeah.
that kind of shit.
Yeah, I feel that.
But but yeah, that was a huge Easter egg that got hidden from me even. But um, the 15-year anniversary of that record is coming up. I think May of next year, and I actually I messaged Nick and one of the other guys yesterday. And I'm like, do we all want to like get together and like have a quinceañera or something for our record baby?
That'd be good. I
It's
mean,
like
it'd be cool.
it would be fun. I've got no ill will against the guys. I mean I still occasionally talk to Matt. We played like shooter games from time to time. It was more like when PUBG was a thing. But he plays in Cemetery Son with a good buddy of mine. And lives down the street. And then Mike's always been like the raddest dude. Like Aaron is so much larger than when he first started out, like playing. I think he was in a local band opening for us, like with Jordan Blake as a keyboard player, prior to me leaving the band and being like, "You're the only vocalist that can sing this. Like, please cover my ass because I can't go, and the tour's in 3 weeks." And so
What happened with
it was
that?
like, huh?
What happened, I guess, leading up to whatever that tour was? Because from my
It
notes
was a
here,
it was an unfortunate culmination of several things. It was coming off of a very difficult tour, where there was a lot of infighting. Like the band was unhappy with certain members, and it basically came down to a point where it was like, we all either need to show a unified front and like, you know, move forward with without the whole band and replace a few members, or if we're not going to do that, then some of us are going to quit. So it's like either way, the band wasn't going to continue. And so we got back. We just finished like a long, like an 8-week tour with like Emarosa, and we get home and we had like a month off before we had like like a home show.
do you remember what that tour was
And
by any chance?
which one?
Do you remember what
It
that
was,
tour was by any
I
chance?
don't remember what it was called because all the tours had dumb names, but it was Emarosa, Lower Definition, us, Capture the Crown, which is Bo Bocan from Bless the Falls band,
I remember his
and
first
then
one, yeah.
Dead and Divine from Canada, which they're rad. They're like Canadian Every Time I Die. Actually, Ryan Legger, the drummer for the band, actually became the drummer for Every Time I Die. So it was a very interesting tour. It was like I think Johnny had just put out, what was that record?
His
Relativity,
solo?
I think.
Oh, oh.
No, the Emarosa record.
Yeah, Relativity.
Yeah, they had just released that, and that was gonna be our CD release record. Our CD didn't actually release until about halfway through the tour. But yeah, it was long, and it was difficult. It was difficult because for a lot of us, it was our first tour out. Some of us had been musicians solely playing local shows and doing very well at them, and then all of a sudden, we've been weeks like having to travel and deal with the lifestyle and not being able to eat well and shower. And we realized there was a really weird power void where one person in the band would make all of the decisions for the whole band, and we had no control over it. Like, we didn't choose where we ate or where we slept or when we slept. And it was just awkward. And so we sat down at Mike's one day. Instead of practice, we all got together and we tried to talk about it, and it didn't go well. And nothing got resolved. Ultimately, the people that like were trying to make it happen caved, and then at the end of the day, Nick said that he was leaving after our next home show. And we played the show, and it was odd. Feeling, because some of the guys were already like moving on mentally and emotionally, but Nick was still there playing. So he was like setting his stuff up and he was getting on stage with us, but he wasn't like, no one was letting him back behind the merch table, and like he wasn't really hanging out with everybody, and it was giving me a really standoffish vibe. And I had already, like, my girlfriend had already been kind of trying to talk me into staying home after being gone for several months, and just the vibe being off and seeing the way things were, I kind of left with like a sour taste in my mouth. But on that past tour, I've had really, really bad teeth problems my whole life. It's been a recurring theme that at some point on tour, at least once a year, I'm going to break a tooth or a root's going to die and I'm going to be in a shit ton of pain. So that happened on the Jamie's tour. About 2 weeks into the tour, I had a molar crack. And by the time I was able to get to a dentist about it, because I didn't have insurance at the time, and I thought I was bulletproof when I was in my early 20s. By the time I got home, I needed surgery, and I needed about 3 weeks to be able to recover from it. And the guys had gone, like, without asking me, had taken a side tour. It's like a little like 2.5 week stint with Watch Out There's Ghosts. And they're like, well, we're doing this. And I'm like, well, that's when my surgery is. I'm like, I can't. And they're like, well, we took it already. And I'm like, well, I'm not going. And then it just kind of turned into like, I don't know. We just stopped talking. Like they just assumed, they stopped asking me about it and assumed I was going to, show up to practice. And when I told them I wasn't going and they stopped reaching out, I stopped reaching out. And then it got about, I don't know, a week before the tour was going to start. And that was when we reached out to Aaron and was like, hey, man, can you do me a favor? Like, can this be a bailout?
So was he just going to cover
that was
for you?
like,
were you still going to be in the band, or were you just planning at
no,
that point to just move on?
I never officially told the guys I wasn't going to be in the band, but it's kind of like when you stop showing up to work, they figure that you quit.
Yeah.
I basically ghosted Jamie's so that I could get a job at a Galleria mall selling ladies' shoes and get my teeth fixed.
That's fair.
Try to be an adult. It was a choice. Not the worst. Not my worst mistake as far as musicians go, but definitely could have been a bit more mature about it. That being said, it was a kind of a steady slope with members kind of leaving and transitioning after that point. But Aaron's always been the homie. He's recorded a couple of things for me back when he used to live in the area, and then when he started, I found out he was in Of Mice and Men at Rockin' Roots. I was singing for the Bunny the Bear. Jamie's also was supposed to play. They didn't show up. I was like, why didn't they show up? And then I see Aaron walking on main stage with Of Mice, and I was like, oh, that's why. And it was a very odd, like, a couple of times over the years in tours and stuff, we'd run into each other, and so we'd always take pictures. And it's like, oh, if I'm here and you're here, then Jamie's definitely fucking elsewhere at this point.
That's a good joke.
Yeah.
So
and when I heard they were kind of I guess revamping it and re-recording, starting to record again, I was really excited about it because honestly, I mean, that's half the fun is making the music and stuff, especially for them. Like some of the guys have kids and stuff, and so they're I don't think Jamie's was inherently trying to go back out on tour. We had a really weird flash of popularity in Japan. The Goodbye Rocket Man had been bootlegged in Japan, and they were selling it at little like street cart kiosks or whatever, like burn copies.
Was this the early?
And it was.
What was the first album art for it? Was it the one with the actual moon on it?
Kind of.
Or was it the one with the window
there's two artworks that are very similar.
There's a blue one, a green one, and then like a window one.
Yeah, the window one was I thought that was the original, to be completely honest. Or at least that's the one I have. But these guys had just found it online and had zipped it and were just burn CDs. And it was like number one on the rock alternative sales charts for like 6 weeks. So much so that the guys that had bootlegged it reached out to us and said, "Hey, we can't afford to have you ship CDs here, but if we pay you like a stipend, can we have your permission to print sleeves and copies?" So I was working at a Chevy's Mexican restaurant. Like I'm like sweeping like floors as a busser, and I get a call from the guys like, "Man, we're like super popular in Japan." And I'm like, "Fuck you, no, we're not." Like, and then like a few years later, I see that they're touring Japan, and like that's kind of like one of their fallbacks. If they want to go just for a week, they can go do that kind of a thing. And
That's kind of cool.
like
I mean, you can get both vacation and like a tour in one go.
Yeah, I mean, I want to go see things and do stuff. But yeah, no, I that was after me. I think Justin Kyle was the vocalist for when they did their
Japan tour.
Japanery. Yeah, I'm very jealous of that. Japan's awesome.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's 2008. It was like end of 2008 that I left Jamie's.
So did they release the music video after you left?
What? I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah.
No. That released while I was still in the band. I think that released actually before the record did. We went down while we still had the like just after we had recorded. We still didn't have the full like mixed version because Victory hadn't paid Casey for it yet. And we went down to LA to film that video with the guy that owns Junker Clothing. And like he makes all of like Motley Crue's outfits and like dresses, you know, like Vince Neil and shit like that. Very, very accessorized rocker. I worked with him again when I was in Vampires, but that wasn't just him doing Junker designs, like making clothes. That was him producing the video, and man, he made a lot of money off that. Victory paid a lot of money for that record, and I look at that, I'm like, I'm in a spray painted T-shirt. Like, what the hell were we doing? So that was a fun shoot though. And it just so happened that we had friends in town. Watch Out There's Ghosts was in town recording at the time, so Jordan and everybody came over and partied with us, and he ended up being in the music video. And
was Jordan in your guys' video? Because I saw this written somewhere.
Yeah, Jordan Blake is the antagonist in I Didn't Mean to Interrupt. He's the one trying to make out with the girl in the car, and she's like, "No."
Gotcha.
Yeah, that was an interesting day. Like, so many very interesting things happened in that day. I won't go too in depth because some of them are personally embarrassing. But we broke like a $4,000 Les Paul that day.
That's no good. That's no good. That's quite bad.
Yeah. Matt Scarpelli had this, like he had a couple of really nice guitars. And one of them was like this rad like SG. It was an SG, not a Les Paul. Because he plays the Les Paul in the video. That's right. So we're all in this like big warehouse that they had kind of built into a soundstage, I guess. And so like we're off in the side, just kind of milling about, waiting as they're doing scenes, and like Matt and Anthony are practicing their guitar spins, and Matt throws his guitar and it just goes straight into the concrete. It snaps the neck, and he just goes white as a ghost. And he like looks at me and he's like, "Don't tell my brother." And he just puts it back in his guitar case and puts it back in the trailer, and then didn't throw his guitar anymore after that.
That's smart.
I mean, I'm assuming he eventually had to admit that it happened, but yeah, it was a bummer at the time, and yeah, interesting week. A very interesting week. I ended up at a porn awards that week. I'm not. Let's move on. So 2008 was an interesting time, but no, the video came out prior to, I think prior to the tour. So because that was like the only song anybody fucking knew of ours. Like when we went like through Texas or Chicago.
So it must have
There's
been
a
like
few.
released like in spring
There was like
2008.
yeah, because we recorded in winter up in Seattle, which sucked. It was fucking cold as balls. Um, which is probably good because then it just kept us in the studio. We didn't go out and do anything. Just played a lot of Smash Brothers, and yeah, then we did that tour. That tour was in May. Yeah, it started in May. The Emarosa tour. God, I wish I could remember what it was called. It had one of those scene names, like
Yeah.
Shred to be Dead or whatever the hell. But I don't remember what it was.
Cool.
And that was an interesting tour in and of itself because that was for a lot of us. We had like I had toured, but my concept of touring was like to Texas and back. I hadn't done like the full U.S. And I hadn't done it with multiple bands. It was like us playing shows out to South by and then booking shows back kind of thing. Going to do showcases or something like that. This was like 40, 50 dudes on the road learning drinking games and messing with each other at gas stations and all of the drama that comes with 5 bands worth of ego. And that was an interesting heyday for a lot of people. There's a lot of stuff that was going on at the time. But it was fun. I probably would have stuck with it if the band had not fractured and like to see Nick leave, because Nick and Mike were like best friends. Like it broke my heart because like inside I had this like guilt for leaving Picketline because that was like my best high school friends, and I ditched them for Dead City. And like as much as like success as they had independently, band wise, it like nothing happened. And so to see like I don't know a fissure there, it was a bummer. But these things are meant to be. And then I made it about 6 months before I started going fucking stir crazy. I was still working with Eric Rushing, the manager or the owner of Artery. So he was shopping me around to bands that needed vocalists. I was doing like recording demos and tryouts. Like I did some recordings for Bless the Fall as well. Ultimately, I don't know if I would have gotten it. Honestly, Bo's hotter than me. But they needed me to relocate to Arizona, and I was like, I'm not gonna do that. We had just bought a house at the time, so that was a terrible idea. And then somehow or another, I ended up getting in contact with Sea of Treachery again, and the guy that had originally hit me up was no longer in the project. It was all new people. The only original that had been in the band before was Alex Huffman, the screamer. And yeah, so I don't know if it was MySpace or something. We got in touch with each other, and if you'd be
I guess
interested,
just a quick question here. How did it compare when you were like in Picketline? How did you get gigs for that versus once MySpace era came around and you were able to kind of actually talk to people?
So it was very especially where we grew up, there were like 2 venues, 3 venues that you could go to for a while, like especially early in high school, because the main event center, the main like I don't know dingy dive bar that all the emo screamo bands and stuff would end up getting big out of was called the Boardwalk here in Sacramento. That was an 1.5-hour drive from where we lived. Like we lived in the sticks. So for us, it was like we go play the Center for the Arts up in Grass Valley, which they didn't book shows. They would book us the hall, and we would find bands that would come play it, and we would sell tickets, and then we keep the money that we made. And that was actually great because we had, I mean, there were like 1,200 people in my high school, like 300 people in my graduating class, and there's nothing to fucking do. So even if they didn't like the music, there was probably going to be like 150 people at the show just because it was something to do. And then the other bands would bring in people and stuff. And so like with Picketline, we would play maybe once or twice a month in Grass Valley, and then maybe every other month down in like Auburn or like, you know, when the underground opened, we would go down to Roseville, and that was about an hour drive for us. And that was our we were trying to introduce ourselves into the Sacramento scene because we didn't know other bands. Like all we knew was the music that we listened to, the music that we liked to play, which was sourced from all over the place. Everything from like, you know, Between the Buried and Me to Glassjaw to like, you know, Nine Inch Nails and Slipknot. Like we didn't have a filter because we were in this like spaceship of foothills. And then the first bandmate friend that I made from Sacramento was for our one of our opening shows in Grass Valley. We brought up 5 Minute Ride, and the singer Kurt Travis who was the singer for Dance Gavin Dance, and like he's been my best friend for 20 years. And that was he was our introduction to it. He's like, have you seen punk rock vids? And I'm like, what the fuck is punk rock vids? It's a website that you can go and like watch like bands play, and it's just these guys were putting up, you know, whatever the quality at the time was, 2004 2005 camera on YouTube. YouTube was still kind of just like burgeoning, and that's how bands like Static Lullaby happened. Like no one had ever heard of this shit, and then they play one song, and then it's just like, you have 100,000 views on this, and now you're getting put on a tour. And it was like this kind of weird introduction to real emo, that real edgy emo. It's like I wanted that cringe style of it. You know, I wanted to be Thursday. I wanted to be like, you know, talk about something really deep and meaningful, in as whiny of a way as possible. Not everyone else was into that though. So I was the emo guy in Picketline for sure. There's one song on the record, which is, I wrote like 90% of it, and it's like the first song I ever wrote like by myself. And yeah, it's just about roses and getting your heart broken and all this other crap.
That's very
I like
very early.
Yo, yeah,
2000s
and then the rest, all the rest of the songs are some goofy. Like I mean, Trey, our drummer, was a hippie, like that talked about, you know, weird like the textures of skin and stuff like that. And then Wes was like a 9 Inch Nails, the Motley Crue head.
Okay.
And then here was me, all crybaby, wanting to go sit out in the rain and think about things. And that was fun. But like moving into Sacramento was, if we would get asked to play a show, then we would play a show down in like, you know, the city's major. Other than that, it was basically like, whenever they would rent us the hall, like, fuck it, you know, it would cost us $800 to rent it, and we wind up making like $4,000 in doing it. And
that's crazy.
Yeah, it was a cool little hustle. Like, and we were paying our friends, so we paid like one or two of like the other like local like high school bands, like, you know, there were a lot of like, I don't know, Kill Switch Engagey like style like cover band thing. They're like, I want to be the next Radiohead, and it's like, okay, sure. Like we didn't care. It didn't matter what kind of style of music you were. If you were a band, then you could play. Like we were opening for like heavy punk rock bands, like super like I don't, what is it, when people try to like super gatekeeping like punk rock bands, like this isn't punk, like what do you do, play Skulls, I want your Skulls. And so we were, you know, idiots, and so we were like, okay, we know punk rock, and so we play like a Blink-182 song and try not to get the shit kicked out of us in the parking lot afterwards, because we didn't sound like that. We didn't sound like any of that stuff. I don't know what the hell that band sounds. Picketline sounds like 7 bands, and it's all a bunch of interesting. The the stuff we've done since then is probably better. But yeah, like when MySpace took over, pre-MySpace, it was pure volume, like, which you had to pay to get on, and like you'd pay a certain amount to be on the front page of pure volume for a week, and that would get a certain amount of, you know, traffic through your songs and stuff, and it sucked, and like, and nobody cared, and there was no community to it, there was no real interaction for it, and like MySpace had started to become a thing, but it wasn't really until Jamie's that I was in a band that was heavily influenced outside of just their community. We were really into MySpace. Like, we would, like, because we all hang out and play video games together, like hang out at each other's houses. So there'd be like 4 of us at the Scarpelli's house, like playing World of Warcraft for like 3 days, and we would like give ourselves homework of like getting on MySpace and then going to like bands that we liked, or like, you know, that we sounded similar to, and going to their friends group, and then going to like pages of people and seeing, like, do you like music that sounds like us? Okay, cool. Send them a friend request. And we try to send, like, each of us would send 100 friend requests a day, kind of thing. And then all of a sudden, like, we had played 2 shows. We had 60,000 friends on MySpace, and we weren't like using a bot. We were actually doing it because there's 6 of us and a merch guy and girlfriends, and we're all just like MySpace trolling the whole time. So nice. Yeah, like by the prior to us actually releasing the EP, we already had like 100,000 streams or some shit. It's one of the things that caught I guess Victory's attention, but that was also, they just saw money. So, and then we got our MySpace deleted, which sucked. So that was the beginning of the end.
Damn.
And on that tour, we got introduced to Facebook. All the Canadians are like, "You use MySpace? That's lame. You got to get a Facebook." So like my Facebook was made, like my very first post was like in Florida, like on that Jamie's tour, and like my first like 6 friends were like the guys from Dead and Divine, because they were the only ones that had Facebook, because America wasn't fucking with that yet. And
that's cool.
It was fun. It was interesting, but with Cee Treachery, they were like, if you would be interested in trying out, we're in San Diego. Like, they were based out of Kentucky. Like, we're in San Diego right now recording. We'll, if you're down to fly down here and record like a demo, they try to record a track and see how it works. Like, we'll just, you know, overnight you, like, and it was like $70 on Virgin Airlines or some shit. And I'm like, yeah, sure, whatever.
Is this 2008 or 2009 at this point?
This is 2008.
Okay.
Well, yeah, this is still like the end of 2008, beginning of 2009, because Cee Treachery proper was 2009. I left Jamie's like, I guess, fall of 2008. And then didn't really do much other than like little recording stuff. I guess it was early 2009. I forgot. I was gone through the beginning of January, so it had to have been after that. So I went down there. I got picked up, you know, at the airport, and I drove to. They were living at Tim Lambesis' house from. As I Lay Dying, where we were doing the record. And right. So I met all the guys, and I met the manager, Jerry Clubb, who had a vendetta against me because I had said I was going to join like a year and a half previous and then just disappeared. So like we get into studio and they show me the song that they had recorded. It's one of the more sing-songy songs on the record. Let me pull it up. I know it, but so I went in, I just recorded it really fast. Took about 2 hours, and they really liked it. Turns out they're all real diehard Johnny Craig fans.
Oh,
yeah,
I didn't know that.
Unfortunately, the familiarity that Johnny and I had, as far as like being from the same town, like knowing each other and stuff, and them being such big Johnny Craig fans, is what influenced them into talking me into singing with rasp on my voice for the whole record. And so I'm very gritty, and like it sounds like I'm trying too hard a little bit. I don't feel like my voice sounds as natural on that record as I guess in other bands. And at the time I was justifying it as I'm joining a metal band. I need to sound brutal. It didn't sound brutal. It sounded thin. It wasn't EQ'd that well, and I didn't have enough gravel available in my voice to make it Johnny Craigie. It just came off as
Yeah, I
so
can hear that in a few moments. I think I did mention that. Not your vocals, but I did mention the EQ kind of issues where
yeah.
I don't I think it's the mix maybe because
That
everything
that
just
record had
sounds
more hands. That record passed through more hands than almost any record I ever did. We recorded that record in 2009. Did not release it until like I think 2 years later. Um, we recorded all the instrumentals first. Then we recorded all of the clean vocal parts all in one block. Like I recorded one track when I went down there just to meet him to try out. Then we went to a Subway and Jerry sent everybody else like out, and it was just me and him at a table, and he's like, "If you disappear again, I'm gonna fuck you over." And I'm like, "Oh shit!" Oh, I swear it's fine. So I flew home, and then a couple weeks later, I flew back down again, and I did the rest of the record. And at that point, there was still no screaming on it. And then in like 3 days, at the end of it, he tracked all of the screams, like wrote and tracked all the screams. And then that was right before we went out on tour. We were doing a co-headliner with Suffocate. We had kind of an unfortunate turn of luck while we were in studio, because at the time that I had joined them, the band was signed to Sumerian Records, and there had been some significant falling out between Alex Huffman and the owner of Sumerian, which is ultimately the lyrical inspiration for The Sphinx is Dead, the track on that record. The thing was we had a handshake deal with Ferret Records that we were going to be releasing this record on Ferret. And while we're in studio recording it, Ferret decided to sell to a major. They got bought out by a major, and the major dropped everybody but like a few bands off Ferret. Basically, they picked the pick of the litter out of Ferret and then just dismantled Ferret. So now we're in studio. We've done the record, or majority of the record. It's been financed by Ricochet, our management company, that we were supposed to get our money back and recoup from with the label release. And we had to go out on tour like immediately. And like I had just joined the band, I had no gear. I was gonna be the bass player again, so we bought me bass gear. Like I saved up some money, and like we all kind of scrounged, and we bought like some cheap used bass gear. Like I bought a decent bass and like a shitty amp at like a Guitar Center maybe a week before we left so we could practice. And the guitar player that we had from Canada was here on an expired work visa, and our van was borrowed, and like we're going out on tour, and we're like, all right, nobody knows this record. We're about to play all of this music. We only know a few of the At Daggers Drawn songs. So we're co-headlining. All of the people that are there to see us want to hear music that they know. We can only play a few of those songs. All of the new stuff sounds drastically different because Voice wrote the whole record and his mind is like a computer. So it's like a tech metal album that no one was prepared for. And we went on a co-headlining a beatdown tour with Suffocate. So yeah, that was interesting. It was very not what we expected. A lot of really cool like connections and meetups. Weird like tour like connections, because like our tour would somehow inadvertently coincide with like a I Set My Friends on Fire tour, and all of a sudden we're playing the same show. So like the day before we were the tour package, and now it's us, I Set My Friends on Fire, Miss May I, and Attack, and then the next day it was back to the regular tour, and then like a week later we were with like Molotov Solution, and like we like piggybacked on with like My Children, My Bride for a little bit. Just a weird like I guess buffet smattering of musical styles and you know, band members to meet, which was cool for me. But we never really got to get comfortable because we didn't know where the hell we were going the next day and who was going to be there. And then about 3 weeks into the tour, we're in Texas, and we, you know, some of us go back to the hotel after the show. Some of us stay at the bar, and then the next morning comes around, and it's time to drive to the next town, and Alex is nowhere to be found, and his phone's not being answered. And then we wait and we wait, and then we get to the point where we can't wait anymore. So we leave a message saying, "Hey, get a ride with one of the other bands." And we drive to the venue, and we're chilling at the venue. And it wasn't until maybe about an hour before the show starts that we find out that he was in jail for he got caught like drinking like with a minor in like public or something like that. He was in like a parking lot like drinking or something, and he got picked up, and they had picked him up on like an outstanding bench warrant from like Kentucky or something. I don't know. Ultimately, he wasn't showing up, and he wasn't going to be able to show up anytime soon. And so they're like, "All right, Chris, you're the frontman now, and we're either going to get someone to play bass, or tonight we're not going to have bass. It's going to be two guitars, and you're going to do both." So I did all of the singing, and then I had to figure out all of his lyrics because I didn't know some of them. And I became the frontman for Sea of Treachery, and I finished out the tour. We finished out the tour as a 4-piece with no bass player, and the idea at the end of the tour was to finish the tour, go home, rest for a week, go back to somewhere in like Wisconsin or some shit, meet up with this guy Clay Nevels, who's going to be our new bass player. Me and him were going to completely rewrite all of the vocals for the record, re-record the whole record, and then we were going to then re-release that. So that sounded like a shit ton of work, and to be completely honest, I had such a weird tour experience with that band, and I felt so just not a lot like we weren't making the fans happy because they were there to punch the crap out of each other and sing like, you know, gang vocals like "This Is Our Destiny," and like we're there doing weird shreddy parts with alternating timings, and I'm singing, and like it was I didn't have the brutal scream that Alex had, so it was just like, I mean, people really liked the Misery Business cover, but like other than that, like it felt very odd. I think I came out of that tour just being friends with Ricky Hoover. That was kind of the big perk. But when I got back home, I didn't have a lot of investment in doing the record, and then the guys kind of started splitting. One of them went to His Blood Runs Black. The other one started playing drums for oh God, what did he play for? Some great band. But everyone kind of went their own directions, and we just kind of let the record rot. We didn't think about it. And then maybe 2 years later, I get a call from Adam, our drummer, and he's like, "Hey, so we just figure like we got somebody that wants to release the record because we already have it recorded. Alex is cool with releasing it. We're cool with releasing it. No one's gonna try to tour it or anything. Like, are you all right with that? Like, at least we can make a little bit of money." And I was like, "Yeah, sure." Like, I have the demos, but like we never printed the damn thing, so it's like I literally just have these like MP3s. And he's like, "All right, well, we have to re-record the Misery Business cover, so we're gonna go to this like the one guitar player is gonna record it in Kentucky, and then I'm gonna record drums down here in LA. I went to a studio in Oakland to record my vocals and bass parts for it. And we all worked with different producers, and they all kind of just pieced it together and like sent it back and forth. And it sounds completely different than the record. And then that somehow got EQ'd or mixed by somebody, and then it got released and printed somehow. I don't know. That record was a slut. That record was in so many hands before I actually had a copy of it, that I kind of forgot that it even existed for a little while. And to be honest, like I get more people that like it now than at the time. At the time, people were like, "Oh yeah, you're Cee Treachery? Yeah, I liked your first record." It's like, fuck, I wasn't in the band at that time. That sucks.
I think it's just been long enough that I don't know. I feel like when you're in an era of music, it's kind of hard to like pick out what's going to last a while and what's going to like kind of just sound like everything else.
Yeah.
In the grand scheme of stuff.
Musical taste has changed so much. Like the music scene it has completely changed. It's gone honestly kind of more back to its like early 90s roots. Like there's a street scene that like it's far less about the ego and the you know, who's got the nicest and shiniest this and spending $3,500 on a demo track, as it was getting into like the late 2010s, or the late 2000s, early 2010s, you know, when everyone was trying to be like the next What Was Me or whatever the hell. There was this weird like oversaturation of image. Now it's literally like we don't know what our band name is before we get up here, and we're just gonna grunt and like play like chuggy chords, and people like 300 people show up to a dirt pit and like fight each other over it. It's nuts. The hardcore scene like is intriguing here in Sacramento, to say the least. I had a roommate for the past year that's a pretty predominant musician in the, I guess, DIY hardcore scene. And yeah, the lot shows that they have out here during COVID were just like bigger than like a Skylit Drive or Dance Gavin Dance show in like their heyday, because like you're gonna sell at a 400 person venue. We just brought 400 people out to this guy's backyard in the city, like, but all the neighbors aren't gonna call the cops because there's 400 people drinking in the street and they don't want to deal with it.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's neat. It's cool because I can see from the fan base that it's far more. There's more emotional investment. They care more, I think, about the like the lifestyle perspective or like the messaging behind the band. It's far less about image, and it's far more about like being into it feeling wise. And because there's nothing worse than playing a show and pouring your heart out and then looking out into the crowd, and there's the fuck you horseshoe of like all the people like lined around the back of the wall just standing like this, like, because honestly either their clothes are way too nice, they're not trying to damage them, or they're just trying to stay out of it. And then you got like maybe 5 people dancing in the middle, and it's like, come here. Like, I want people.
Yeah.
And yeah, seeing that go away is nice. But yeah, that was my brief 6-month stint in Cee Treachery that got dragged out over the better part of 4 years.
Okay, so that makes sense now, because it's on Wikipedia it says like you were in that from 2009 to like 2013, but
yeah, because there was such a gap before we finally released the record, and the band had basically dissolved. Ultimately, Huffman put it back together with another group of people, and I think he's still touring. I occasionally hear people, they don't usually play songs off our record just because technically they're fucking hard, but we also can't print another set of it. The Ricochet Management owns the copyright for the record, and he won't release it to us.
Why not?
We've talked to him a couple times about like, oh, let's do a vinyl release or something. Like, he's just like, nah, screw you guys.
Dang, that sucks.
I'm assuming there's probably reasoning. I also there's a halfway decent chance I might be a part of it. So I'm just like, I'm not gonna push. It's not like I was in that band to make money, or not that I thought releasing that record would make me money or get me into another project. It was what I wanted to do at the time. And also, when we released it, I had already done it. So it was like, yeah, please give credit where credit's due. I hate doing records and then they don't go anywhere. Sit on a hard drive, which is what happened to Kaioken, and what happened to another band as well. I actually didn't realize that the Kaioken record had been released on Bandcamp until maybe 2 years ago. I had been showing it to people because I had it like on my own computer personally, but we had never released it, and like the guys had all fallen like out of touch by the time they just put it out. It wasn't until I moved back to Sacramento and like wasn't doing music, somebody reached out to me on Facebook and was like, "Are you the singer for Kaioken?" I was like, "That's not the band I'm used to being noticed for, especially in Sacramento. Like it's Jamie's or something. How the fuck do you know what Kaioken is?" He's like, "Oh, I've been listening to you guys forever, and like I love it." And I'm like, "How?" Bandcamp. I'm like, "Send me the link." And like the Bandcamp links are better audio quality copies than the demo unmixed demos that I had been listening to for years. So I was kind of happy, and it was a bittersweet thing because I could have been like promoting it and telling people about it and stuff. But yeah, I thought that had just died on a hard drive, and I didn't really want the Cee Treachery record to do that either.
I mean, it's smart. It's at least a way to, even if it doesn't get its appreciation at the time, later on, it eventually someone comes back and just kind of acknowledges it. Like with the Sea of Treachery thing, the biggest thing that I talked about it, or I think the main thing that I noted in the video, was that the mix was just kind of weird. It felt, I don't know, I mentioned this, but every track kind of sounded the same for some reason. Like, clearly they were written differently, but just
well, it had been flattened, like bad. It was recorded by a guy, and then the vocals were tracked by a guy, and then another song was piecemeal together from 5 different producers, and then that was handed to it, and then somebody was given the task of making them all sound alike. And so by that time, it's like you've got like the 4th cook cooking this fucking like meal. It's not going to taste the same way that the first cook wanted it to. It's like the guy that was doing the record originally is the bass player for As I Lay Dying. I cannot remember his name, but super nice dude. And he does a lot of their stuff. He did like the Austrian Death Machine stuff, and I'm like, it sounded rad, and I was expecting kind of a similar space. And yeah, by the time we got it, it was like, okay, I guess, fuck, it exists. The technicality's there, but I just feel like there was no ear for it, because the person that was trying to like EQ it was just doing a job at that point. He had no skin in the game. He didn't ever see any of us. He didn't hear how we were. He didn't know like what the music was going to be. Didn't know where this record came from, and it was dated. It was like 2.5 years old at that point. So yeah, somebody got paid to squash it and press it, and he earned his dollar or whatever the fuck.
I mean, they definitely.
I can't really complain, because honestly, I have a similar complaint with Guidebook, especially for some of the incredible records that Casey's done. I was really bummed out with the mastering and EQ on some of those songs. Like, I feel like I feel like our first EP sonically almost fits our style, or feels more natural. Like it feels more coherent. Like up there, it kind of like we paid a lot of money to sound a little more bare than I was expecting. And it was because at the time he was distracted. He honestly had his eyes on Isles and Glaciers and was doing all of that shit. And so I think we were kind of more of a paycheck. So I don't think it got a lot of elbow grease, so to speak. And then when we got it back, I was like, man, Rise would have done a better job with for $5,000 kind of a thing. Kind of wishing we would have gone that direction.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, but yeah, I guess because I've only ever heard this version of songs in the EP version, and I've never really had that huge time for to like compare it and just actually reflect on what you might have expected after that. It just kind of sounds like, because it was released in such a short time period, that it would naturally sound pretty similar, but just better kind of mastered or slightly better mixed. But I will say they don't sound that different. Like if you grew up listening to one or then the other, it just sounds like a different interpretation.
Yeah, one was done in a slightly modified band room by a guy that like he's just like he records local bands. I mean, don't get me wrong. The guy that did Goodbye Rocket Man also did what I say is Royal Ocean, the DGD's first record.
Okay.
That was kind of what made his name in town. But literally, this guy is like, it's like $100 and something a day kind of thing to go record, and we busted this EP out. And then the next record, which has literally the same song, like we re-recorded a few songs off of it, and so you can set them right next to each other and listen to the difference between the two. And I like the original versions more a lot of the times than I like the new versions. And that record was stupid money. It was a lot of money. So no money, a lot of money, and I liked the no money version. I feel like the no money version sounded better. Not that I liked it more, but it was also because I'm an inherently insecure person, and so I always kind of like I hold myself to myself. So if I've done something, then if I do something else, if it doesn't sound just as good or better or something like that, I'll get very unhappy.
I completely agree with that.
It's very hard for me to continue, but with less. If I can't live up to the like internal, self standard that I have, I'm going to be chastising myself or just picking myself apart about it.
Yeah, I feel that as a musician, especially. Like, I feel if last time I played a song, I played it like 95% perfectly, then the next time I played it, I should play it like at least 95 better. And then once I learn the song perfectly, if I ever play it poorly from that day forward, I just feel like a piece of shit.
Don't feel like a piece of shit, but yes, no, that is the nightmare in which I am referencing. I spent so much of my early adulthood as a musician. Everything was always either surrounded by or dedicated towards the concept of going on tour, being a musician, doing something. And that was really the only social success. Like I was a kid in high school and stuff where I was like, I'd make friends with all social circles because I just wanted everyone to like me. But I didn't feel like cool. I was not cool. And it wasn't until like I was in my 20s that I started feeling like popular. Like I would get invited to parties because they were all like social butterflies and like really inherent in the scene. So if there was like a big block party happening, or if there was an after party after a show or something like that, I would find out about it, and people wanted to know about stuff. And I had never had that before. And like when you're constantly working around like egos, it's hard not to kind of fall into the same like concept of currency and build one of your own. And my ego is like entirely based around music. It was entirely based around my voice and what I could do, because that's the only thing anyone really knew about me. And it was actually kind of the only thing anyone ever really gave a shit about. Cause like with bands, it's like, a singer leaves, it's like, okay, who can do this? And there's 3 people in town that can do it. Like when Johnny got kicked out of DGD, they showed up to a Jamie show and like started asking me questions on if I was happy with the band and interested in doing other things. And I'm like, is this are we gonna is this cheating? Like I don't understand what's happening right now. Are you trying to like
Are you telling me there's a universe where
draft me?
Chris
Yeah,
Paterson could have recorded something with DGD in the right scenario?
I've done well. I've recorded stuff with him, but
Really?
well, over the years, it's at one point, like 2011, Johnny was actually living at my house for a little bit, with Kurt being a close friend of mine from 2003, 2004, when he was in 5 Minute Ride. When he joined DGD, they went on a tour while Jamie's was in Washington working on the record, and they played El Corazon, which was like maybe 45 minutes from where we were recording. And so we drove out and like hung out, and that was us kicking it. But like it was also like me and Kurt had a separate connection, because like Dance Gavin, Jamie's Elsewhere, and A Skylit Drive were like the holy trifecta of Sacramento scene core in like 2006, 2007. If there was, you know, I don't know, a big band coming through, one of those bands was going to be opening for it, because they were from Sac, we were from like Rockland area, and then A Skylit was from like Lodi, Galt. It's like 20 minutes south. And yeah, when we would play together, shit would be crazy. My introduction to Dance Gavin Dance was at a house party. It was Matt Mingus's 21st birthday, and I met Johnny Craig by helping him play a prank on Matt and going around the entire house and taking all of the light bulbs out of the house, and because it was still daytime, and putting them in a garbage bag. And then he walked out onto the street and he threw the garbage bag in a dumpster. And then we went back, and then we just waited. And then the sun went down, and everyone's drinking, and none of the lights work, and nobody knows what to do. And yeah, that was my introduction to that band. God, I forgot. That was 2006, I think. But we practiced in the same studios, really close to each other. We all had the same management. It was very group hug with our artery management, or at least the artery foundation of that era. Like Sacramento kind of built its own, I guess, staging platform for bands to get much bigger. And DGD did it perfectly. They just kind of kept escalating. But we've stayed in contact. Like I've done a few tours, either aligned with them or just happened to be traveling with them. I played Mingus and chess for a little bit in SAC, and then me and Kurt had like a weird summer of recording, kind of like shoegazy, like surf and skate, like feel good acoustic jams in our buddy's apartment complex that we were all squatting in. Like he lived on the floor with his girlfriend, fiance. I lived on the couch, and then our friend lived in the bedroom, and like we just played Donkey Kong Country and like dicked off and stuff. And so like there was a lot of like weird I don't know, ukulele like good feels, kind of like summertime jam kind of shit that we were working on. And oh god, and then with Johnny and myself actually recorded a couple of songs together over the years. Here, actually, I'll send you a link on, because fuck it.
Sweet. So the channel I have, the other one that I run, I guess my main one for the moment, is like a channel I've kind of been doing for a few years now, where I just kind of scour the internet, find weird demos, and then just share them.
Is that how you stumbled upon me?
I guess
I'm
maybe.
still I'm interested in yeah, where interest peaked. Where did I pop up on your radar? How the fuck did I exist?
So basically I've been working on this the main reason I started working on this whole kind of scene backstory stuff is because I wanted to make an Emarosa documentary at some point in the future. Like
Really?
that's going to be my big main baby because I've been working on this, like researching stuff about Emarosa since like 2015. But my first kind of like big whale that I want to take over is that I want to knock out an Escape the Fate documentary. And so while going through Escape the Fate, I kind of had to first work backwards from like where are they at now, then just kind of find as much information going back into history, just with like videos, YouTube videos, all that kind of stuff. And going through that, I saw that you had played with Vampires Everywhere, and then something clicked in my head because for my Emarosa documentary, I had to cover Sea of Treachery, like when Jonas joined Emarosa, and I saw your name pop up there, and I already known you from Jamie's years before. Then I start working on the Escape the Fate one, and you pop up with Vampires Everywhere, and at that point, I'm like, wait a minute, is this the same guy? And so I figured that I'd start off making some shorter form, kind of like 15 to 20-minute documentaries to just kind of get my feel for editing. And yeah, you were one of the first ones where I was like, this seems like a video that I would want to watch myself. So why not just kind of go out of my way and make it?
It's such an odd thing. I went so seriously in depth in like the first couple of bands that like there's so much more that we haven't even like touched on, but um it's such an odd thing with how my music career was compartmentalized
Yep.
and 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 how varied. I mean, like, tell me that I'm fucking bipolar ADHD without telling me I'm bipolar ADHD. I've been in every kind of band that there could possibly be.
Yeah. I mean,
I've
when you were in which one was the one? Burn Halo. That one was the one that kind of threw me off. Where I was like, wait a minute. That one was the one that most kind of stood out against like the other stuff you had done from what I knew up until that point.
I mean, there's a rhyme and a reason for everything, but the concept. I mean, I don't really have to sell it. Money was a thing, but
Yeah.
also I thought that band had significant street cred because James Hart was the singer for fucking 18 Visions. That band was fucking legendary, and the tour they did right before I joined was opening for Avenged Sevenfold. So I'm like, okay, I'll play whatever the fuck you want me to. Like Joey Rocks, the guitar player for that band, used to come to open mic nights that I played at here in Sacramento, and so he knew me as the singer that could sing everything. And when we would do a lot of karaoke and shit, and we would also play a lot of open mics. So when we play like open mics, I play a lot of either my own stuff or, you know, I don't know, Seos and some kind of show-offy Circus Survive shit. When we go do karaoke, I'm gonna kill Journey or Queen or Kiss or whatever it is that it's gonna be fun. I'm gonna do it. So he knew me as basically being the karaoke or the jukebox machine of vocals. He was the same thing for guitar. He could play any song. He knew like all of these fucking things. He shredded like a motherfucker. Super, super good. So our drunken concept that we had pitched to Artery was, hey, look how good Steel Panther is doing right now. It was metal school at the time. Look how good this cover band is doing and making money. Like, let's do that up here in Sacramento. Basically, just like let us put together like a you know super butt rock like jokey fucking leather pants fucking cover band, and we'll play like 80s metal hits and shit and drink and act like assholes. And that didn't happen, but that was how we bonded.
Mm-hmm.
Was just like he would be able to start playing a song and I would be able to sing it, or if I started singing a song he would be able to play it. And then shortly before my father passed away, he reached out to me, asking if I would be interested in touring, because at that point I had been kind of done. I had stopped playing when I quit. Well, when Sea of Treachery disbanded, I moved back home, tried to get like a normal person. I started bartending, and tried to put my last investment into the relationship that I had been kind of teetering in since Picketline. Ultimately, that didn't work out, and we went our separate ways. And shortly after that is when I got the news that my father was needing like home hospice help, and so I decided, why the fuck am I living in an apartment and working at a bar? I don't care about this shit. I'm gonna move back to Sacramento and take care of my dad. And so I did. And when I did that, music was kind of on the back burner for me. I didn't really care. I wound up running into, I had some friends that I got a studio with just for recordings. I was doing some EDM demos with like Jordan Blake, and doing some like odd Johnny Craig solo project style, like R&B kind of stuff with some local towny guys that basically wanted to use my name to help them start a band and like get popular and stuff. And I could tell that it was like we're trying to, get something out of you, that we're not really here for you. But also I was doing the same thing because I didn't know people, and they were basically they were giving me like street cred and an in to these areas. And I'm like, no one's gonna, give you a record because you name dropped me. Trust me, like I'm not that cool. So sure, think you're using me, I feel like I'm using you too, and we can just go home at the end of the night and both be assholes. And I started doing some studio vocals for an R&B studio here in LA, or in Sacramento. Worked with a lot of hip hop artists and stuff, and so I was doing pay for hire, like hook writing and chorus writing. And that's how I ran into the Above the City guys. Because the merch guy for Above the City, like, it's just like the carbon copy, like epitome of like a stoner. Like he's the weed guy.
Oh my
So
God.
he was at the studio, like token, like white guy, weed guy, just like rolling blunts and laughing and stuff. And he heard me in the booth, and so he's talking to me about their band, and that they had a singer, but he had left, and like this, that, and the other thing. So he introduced me a couple of days later at a party to everybody, and we jammed together a couple of times, and I'm looking at him, like, everybody in this band is attractive. The music is super like easy to write to. They already have like a name for themselves. They already have a show booked, like opening for people, and they will literally let me just do whatever I want. Like I have an open ticket as far as like what style I write, if I want to scream, if I want to sing. Like you could tell there was probably a lot of ego with people independently, but it was far more like I don't know, Warped Tour, bro. Like everybody was happy and smiley and drunk. And so I was like, okay, sure, that sounds great. I miss shows, and it'll take my mind off things. And so I wasn't even in the band long enough to write lyrics before we opened for, I think it was a Skylit and a bunch of people. It was like a sold out like 800 person show, and I just got really I drank like 3 shots right before I went on stage, and I just made it up on stage. And that's like the only live video of Above the City. I'm making up the lyrics as I go, and I could get the crowd to actually sing along with me at one point, which is really funny because I wasn't saying anything. But I think so. Yeah, it's like I think it's Ace of Spades. Because like We're Only the Shells of Men is the only song I ever wrote for them, and I wrote that like in studio. We only actually performed that live like a couple of times, and I've never seen a video of it. Fucking I love it. Like 3 of those dudes I'm still super close with, just outside of life. I love those fucking guys.
They seem
They're
fun.
such goobers. Right? Our drummer turned into like a pop vocalist, turned into a country music artist, and now I think he's doing like that, like I don't know, Post Maloney, like
I don't even know what you would call that. Singer, songwriter, rapper.
yeah, it's like really like down tempo, like EDM kind of music with like R&B ish vocal parts over. I don't know, but so super talented. Just will not keep his finger on a button. Dude had a band like way better than the Almost. I was like shopping him in LA, just like I'm like, dude, you need to do something with this. And then he's like, I wrote a country song. I'm gonna move to Nashville. All right, do that then. Have fun.
Did it work out?
And then yeah, and then Simon, the guitar player, who started a metal band, he manages like basically all of the what's it called, clubs up here now. He kind of has taken over in Artery's footsteps as it's kind of moved into different areas. So now with the second resurgence of like scene being a thing, it's like rather than us opening for Scary Kids, it's us like he owns the building that Scary Kids is playing in, but it's also being fronted by Kurt Travis because life is that.
It's weird.
Surreal.
It works out.
Super surreal.
Yeah.
How old are you, by the way?
27.
Okay. Yeah, that's there's an interesting disconnect that I have from, I guess, like perspective wise, living in like the music scene and the time that we were doing it in. I have a different, I guess, social hierarchy or like perspective on different bands and their popularity and values and stuff like that. And
Sure.
then you about that decade later, those were like I think more. I think people were more interested in the music. I think in at my time it was more interested in the
Personality.
like just in the doing of the thing.
Oh, so it was like,
Like
oh, he's a singer, so that's cool, or
yeah, it's like I'm trying to think of what my era's like Sleeping with Sirens. There was nothing to compare to that for like my generation. Like I mean, like Coheed, like
Oh my God.
is the closest thing I can think of, because we didn't have those things. Like the original like introduction to, I guess, Scene King would have been like Chiodos, and then like with Anthony Green happening and becoming a thing, it's just like we saw that from like ground level. I saw those people starting and playing at the same time as me, not like to look up to, but like
Gotcha.
and that's an impossible pace to keep up with because they're gods. And
It's a lot. I remember that the first time I went to go see, what was the first show I watched? I don't remember. It might have been like an Escape the Fate show where they were like playing up way high above me, like on an actual like arena or something. And then I think my next one was like a Dance Gavin Ant show. But slowly, since the first time I've seen them till like now, they've only gotten more and more far away.
The first time I saw DGD play, it was bad. Like it was maybe like 100 people there. My perspective on Escape the Fate, I actually saw them as like a younger generation band. I
Really?
feel like they came after me, because I knew I've met some of the guys and gotten to know some of the guys vicariously through like mutual like friendships and stuff. Like the tour manager and guitar tech for Burn Halo is the tour manager and guitar tech for Escape the Fate. So and they hang out like all the time, and like, yeah, he's got his little close knit like crew of, I don't know, elder emo goths. I don't know what the hell you would call what Escape the Fate was doing in like the mid 2000s or 2010s. But when I was in Burn Halo, it was an interesting place to be, because all of a sudden you took somebody who had been I'd been playing coffee shops and um in front of like 15, 16-year-olds, and like, and then you put me on the stage with like Blackstone Cherry, and I'm playing strip club butt rock in front of like 40-year-old men that want to give me a lot of money and like spend $70 on like signed drum throwing or some shit. We're playing like 2-hour-long sets and playing like 15 songs, and it's like it was a trip. It was a whole different lifestyle change when I joined that band, but it was so much more I guess professional. It really felt like I was on like a tour. Like that was the first tour that I went on tour, and like we got back up. It was a 6-month long tour that I joined. We got back after like 5 weeks, and we had like a 6-day break. Yeah, with Burn Halo. And like that was the sales pitch for me. He comes to me, Joey comes to me and says, "Hey, like you can sing, you can play guitar, right?" And I'm like, "Yeah." He's like bar chords and stuff. I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "Here, try to play the song." And he shows me one of the songs, play along with it. He's like, "Dude, come out on tour with us. Like, we've got a guy that's like way better at guitar than you, but he's not as attractive or tall. So we're gonna make him be bass player, because chicks dig guys that can play guitar and sing. And we'll pay you a bunch, and we leave in January, and we won't be back until July." And my dad had just passed, and I was looking for the first ticket out of town that I could get. So I was like, "Cool, 6 months of like distraction, and you're gonna pay me? All right." I joined the band. Literally 4 days later, he's like, "Yo, what kind of guitars do you want?" Because we had a Schecter deal, a Wagner deal, an Orange deal, like we instant sponsorships by all this stuff. So we're doing radio shows and like meet and greets. Meanwhile, the band is like not successful. Like the record release had been not what people had expected. So, but he still had that name, so he could sell the show to promoters. But then, like one night we'd be playing a sold out show in front of like a couple hundred people. Next night we might be in a 1,200 cap room. There might be like 200 people. Next night we might be in the middle of fucking nowhere in front of like 30 dudes. I think the biggest show that we played was in like Tennessee. Like I think we'd opened for Snoop Dogg or some shit. It was the weirdest like
that's a weird mix crossover
of like rock and like Billboard Top 200 stuff. And yeah, there were like 13,000 people there. And like a week before that, we had played in front of maybe 10 people at like a barbecue smokehouse in like Pennsylvania somewhere. And it was like it was mind-boggling. But yeah, we got back after the first month, and we were like, okay, we're gonna be stuck in El Paso for the next 5 days. Will you help me? Like James was trying out for Killswitch at the time, so we were tracking Killswitch demos in the KOA that we were staying in, and fucking Joey comes back from the bank, and he's like, "All right, well here's your first cut," and he handed me like $4,000 for like a 5-week tour, and I was like, I've never been paid this much money for music in total at this point, no less at once. I need to go to a bank right now or something bad's gonna happen. And then at that point, I thought I was living on Easy Street, and I guess it was hard. That was a crazy tour. Like we booked like a motherfucker. And then when James got sick, I had to take more and more of the singing, weight. As more of the volume, I would take the high notes, he would take the mids, or I would take the chorus, and he would take a break. And so it was rough doing 6 days a week, like 90 to 110 minutes, and then also having things to do in the morning and stuff. But at the end of it, we ended in Hollywood, or just outside of Hollywood. And that's where I met up with Wes again from Picketline, because he had moved to Hollywood to do EDM producing. He was doing records. He was doing a record with like B.O.B. or some shit. And he came out with his girl to like see the show. And we were drinking at the bar afterwards. And he's like, "What are you doing after tour?" And I'm like, "I don't know. I didn't think about it." And he's like, "Well, come stay at my house for like a week and we can record." And I'm like, "Okay." That I don't want to go home because I don't want to deal with the fact that my dad's gone. So cool. And so I went to his place in North Hollywood, and I was there for like 10 days. And about 3 days into it, he's like, "Hey, you want to make some money and record these demos for this band down the street that I know? They're looking for a vocalist so they could, just have like a releasable album. They're called Kaioken." And I was like, "Oh, cool. Like anime weebs." Because I'm also a massive anime nerd. I got like Trigon tattoos and like,
Nice.
though, I mean, every song on the Kaioken record's about a different anime.
Oh, okay, cool. I didn't know that. I mean, I recognize
Yeah.
Kaioken, but I didn't recognize the rest of them.
Yeah, Kaioken's a very obvious DBZ reference. But yeah, it's
Let me pull it
kind
up
of
here.
an odd. Well, so the Severum, the original, like I guess release, our first single,
Yeah.
the only song that has any screaming on it. That song is about Trigun. It's from the perspective of Wolfwood,
Oh.
as he's kind of like coming to terms with, you know, you can, there is a way that you can survive in this world without being a sinner. There is such a thing as forgiveness for people that are struggling. Like the whole, like, as he's in the oh god, I think it's a church, and he's like, it's like kind of his death scene, or his like Vash is moving away from him scene, is him kind of coming to peace with the internal struggle he'd had the whole series, which was the world inherently brings out the villainous in us. Evil is a thing, and you sometimes you have to kill to survive, to be able to save someone. Sometimes you can't be virtuous, and he had a lot of internal guilt and other stuff. There's a lot, man. 90s anime, that shit's great. They
Great.
really got up into people's feels, man.
I was following
But
up
yeah,
with anime up until like 2013, and then I just kind of fell off of it. And then I came back once I was reminded of 90s anime, I think through like Gundam or something.
yeah, Gundam was great. I started off on a thing called like Ronin Warriors or some shit, and then Ghost in the Shell was like, that blew my mind as a kid. I mean, honestly, that's the closest concept to gender identity I have. If you can just detach my brain and put it into the shell of something robot, I feel like a perception. I feel like my eyeballs. I don't feel like a body. I constantly forget I have a body, which sucks because I forget to take care of it, or I ride it too hard because I forget that it has limits. But shit happens. I've survived this long. But yeah, he had two songs from them, which was Severum, and I believe what was the other one? It was one about, I wrote it about Wolf's Rain, which is another late 90s anime, which is, I've got a theme going. Oh, here, I'll just send you this because everything's on this. So this is a link to a SoundCloud that I made, I mean, years and years ago, forgot about, and I just dumped a bunch of music on it the other day after talking to you, because I realized they're records that I've done and bands that I played with, but since they were never released on any social platform, there's no access to it, and so people don't know that it exists. So I figured if I was going to tell you about it, I should probably at least let you like see it too.
That'd be cool. Yeah.
And also, fuck it, like the bands don't exist, so nobody cares if I put it on SoundCloud. It's fucking years old. So there's a nine track record on here.
You have a
And I'll
9-track
just,
record?
that is
Like an unreleased one?
bam. So So we will get to it at some point. There's little nuances here, but that's how he had 2 songs from Kaioken, and we bought a bottle of Fireball and we locked ourselves in his studio and just got drunk, and he recorded me and I wrote, and we blasted him out in a night and sent him over to Nader the drummer, and he fucking loved him. And then a few days
What
later,
did you record at that point? Do you remember what the songs were?
it was Perseverance. Wait, was it? Yeah, Perseverance and Severum.
Okay, got it.
And also it was a weird block. I also did 2 EDM tracks and then a pop song that I ghost wrote for Katy Perry called "Wasted on the Weekend," and that was
what
garbage. It was garbage. Drinking down the streets at 3 a.m. Fucking so stupid. Talking dirty sex to my ex-boyfriend. Like, there's a weird, like, unseen world of Hollywood artistry that basically, like, survives off of the image of others. Like, I know like ghostwriters that will never release anything of their own, that are either the masterminds behind or the talent on the majority of pop music. Like, got really, me and Wes were going, me, Wes, and this guy from France, real big, like, pop producer, spent like a week working on a Billboard R&B track because we were trying to get the contract to be Bruno Mars ghostwriter. And that shit was cool, but it was very hard for me to learn how to try to sing like Bruno Mars, because that is not my standard go-to.
That'd be quite a different register there.
It's like, it's delivery and like energy, and like the way that the phrasing is. It's like, cause when my words flow like water, your father's better up and shield their daughters. Oh, God. It's like so weird. Not my style at all. And like, the 3 of us are just coming up with ideas. One of the guys barely speaks English. And then, at the time I was getting pretty deep into alcohol. My coping mechanism for dealing with my father's passing was not to, for the better part of a decade. So yeah, if I was going to the studio at that point, I was bringing a bottle with me, even if no one else was drinking it. And that ultimately came to bite me in the ass, and has come full circle. I think I might be better for it now, but oh God, 2012. End of 2012, beginning of 2013 was a hoot. But yeah, so while I was down there, on break right after, doing the Burn Halo tours, and I knew we were gonna have a bit of a break because James was gonna get married. I flew back. I hung out with Wes for like a week and a half. We did these songs, and then I took the Amtrak back home to SAC, and I was here for maybe 2 weeks, just losing my mind. I could not. I was at my mom's house. It was like a new house, and I didn't like. I didn't want to be there. It was too real, and Tony Rummel from Victory reached out to me, because with me doing the whole shop scenario I did after Jamie's, he kind of knew that I was doing pay for hire work, and he's like, "Hey, I've got this band. The singer is like an angel. I don't know anyone that can sing this high, but he needs to go to rehab like now, and they're in the middle of a tour. Do you think you could do this? Would you be willing to meet them in Reno tomorrow? And how much money would it cost?" And he sent me the set list for the Bunny the Bear. And I was like, This is weird. And okay, sure. So I convinced my friends to go to the Reno show, and we drove up to Reno the day before, and I met Hutka and I met everybody, and I watched their show, and then we drove through the night. We dropped Chris off at a United Airlines or whatever, and drove straight through down to Los Angeles, and got to the venue that we were going to be playing at, and then made me a bear mask because the one that Huck had been wearing, he'd been wearing for years, and it smelled like feet and had been thrown up in and had been bled in, and I was like, I'm not putting that on my face. That is somebody's, like, that's your thing. That can stay in the trailer. So we made one, and I learned the songs like in the van, and then we played a show and started the tour, and then I was the bear. And that was a very interesting thing. Also, for some reason, I thought it would be fun to pretend to have an accent just to throw people off, because it was already throwing people off that the bear was now all of a sudden skinny and had tattoos. Because with the mask, it
was still pretty early into that whole kind of kayfabe of them not revealing their identity, but then very much revealing their identity all the time.
For years after the Brian Stars interview, I would watch people like vehemently argue with each other about who was who. And the fact that we both are named Chris was like, it just broke fucking like some people's brains. Like, no, that was Chris. And like, no, it wasn't. It was the guy from this. And it's like, that's
his name, Chris.
It was very funny. It wasn't until recently that I kind of like, I don't know, put more. I've never been one, because I'm such a bad internal critic. I've never been one to read comments or, check video comments or like the comments on my songs and stuff like that. And I kind of regret not doing that, because there's a lot of people and a lot of like fans and stuff that I could have been engaging with that I didn't know existed, and a lot of interest that I didn't know was there. But that's the problem with perspective. When you're, if you've got blinders on, you don't know that you're missing anything. You only see what's ahead of you. And I definitely had blinders on for a while. But yeah, I joined the Bunny the Bear, and like me and Matt just became like Insta buddies. And that turned into the most batshit nuts, chaotic, insane. You couldn't even write a book about it. You'd have to write a series, because so many things happened over the course of that one tour. We changed like members of almost every position in the band at least once. I saw people go to hospitals. I saw like I watched a guy cut his thumb off with a samurai sword.
Jesus Christ.
Our bass player cut his thumb off with a samurai sword in Seattle, and then ran away from the hospital because he thought that we were abandoning him there. And then when the bunny ran to grab him, he headbutted the bunny and busted his nose. So then the bunny did leave him there, dropped all his shit off, and told his brother to like come pick it up and send it back to New York, because his brother lived in town or some shit. And then we had a different bass player the next day. Like I had like 3 different drummers over that tour.
This is the Under the Gun tour, or the one before it? Oh my god.
Yeah. Like 5 days into the Under the Gun tour, I was in the hospital with severe malnutrition and such a low potassium level that my skin was just like deteriorating. Because we had gone like, we were doing like 8 to 10 hour drives every night. We're performing, we're eating nothing, we're drinking, we're playing not just shows and venues, but we were playing like Rockin' Roots and like festivals. So we're out in the sun, dehydrating. We're going from climate to climate. We went from Reno, high desert, down to Los Angeles, out to Vegas, back to Bakersfield and then up to like Oregon, and then we hit Seattle, and I'm like, I need to go to a clinic because I feel like I'm gonna die. And yeah, I had like crazy like I was having like tooth issues again because that's just a thing that happens in my life. So I'm just surviving off of Orajel, and like the bunny's just surviving off of vodka. And yeah, all of the antics that happened in that Brian Stars interview, that is a normal day with that tour. It was a hoot. It was quite interesting. By the time I left it, like when I flew home after the tour, the idea was that I was going to be the new bear. Like he wasn't going to let Hutka back. He liked me so much that he just wanted me to do it. And I got home and I spent about 3 days in like a normal environment with showers and stuff. And I'm like, yeah, no, I'm gonna die if I do that. I can't keep up with it. That's a young man's game, buddy. I'm sorry. Because I unfortunately like I get stimulated and be like, yeah, toy, fun, let's go. Like if somebody's crazy, I'm gonna be crazy with them. And so I did not need the instigation. Still love Matt to death. We have been talking recently actually about potentially doing like a small, like maybe a week or like a couple of days, like East Coast club tour, just like the two of us, and doing like Bear 2.0 era stuff. Cause apparently there's an interest in that. And then
there's an interest in it mainly because you're the only one that never recorded anything out of the Bears that there were in the band.
Yeah. Yeah. And that was another also, odd point of it, because
like what you mentioned earlier, I guess that people still don't know if you're the same Chris or if there's two Chris's or what the situation is.
Yeah. Oh, there's 3 Chris's.
There's 3?
I mean, there's been what, 5 Bears now?
Yeah.
There's been 4 men, and I know there's been a female as well. So
yep.
So I believe there's been 5. Because there was a kid, there was Hutka, there was me, there was a guy from Southern California who was really fucking creepy and like stalked me for a little bit, and then got kicked out, and then talked mad shit about the band. Then there was a girl, and then there's the current bear.
Yep.
So he's had 5.
Did you guys ever record
Unless
anything
I hallucinated
when you guys were together? No, it definitely is 5.
Who?
You and Matt.
Oh, yeah. Me and Matt. Not the Bunny the Bear stuff. We did a couple of Bayside covers actually. We were doing like some weird like acoustic like emo pop punk demos with, what was his fucking name? It was Sandra Alva from Modern Day Escape was hanging out with us. Who was his name? Shep, the bass player from Modern Day Escape, was recording it. I think they disappeared. I have no idea where the hell that ended up. But I don't have no idea where Modern Day Escape ended up actually. What the fuck? They were supposed to headline that tour. That was an interesting hoot. That was like us and Dr. Acula hanging with
from Atlas.
Not Escape the Fate.
Oh, I don't remember who was on the tour. But Under the Gun Tour, Modern Day Escape, From Atlantis, Dr. Acula, you guys.
So From Atlantis broke up on the tour.
Did they really?
Kirby, the drummer from Atlantis, became our drummer. I'm not sure why our drummer, original drummer, left. The bass player for Dr. Acula started playing bass for us. Mark, the long-haired guy from Modern Day Escape, started playing guitar for us after our guitar player quit when we got back to New York. Man, what other lineup changes do we have? There was so... I was on stage with so many different people. It was a hoot. But yeah, it was very odd going from like having pre-set up like meet and greet times and having meals set like given to us whether the show was going to be good or not, and then playing these like long drawn out sets of like, I not even, I would say Billboard Top 100, but like rock, just rock and roll, and being in this rock and roll environment, like, and then going right back to just the most batty concept of Warped Tour shenanigans, and just going like epic party, and then also trying to sing like by far probably the hardest like music that I had to, like the way Hutka wrote fit him perfectly, but that's because he was a robot. Like there's no way for a way, the way that I learned how to sing, like I don't have a naturally high voice. I was not a choir kid. I didn't get raised in like, Catholic choir boy fucking, cut my nuts off at 5 years old. I didn't even think that high singing was cool until several years into singing. I wanted to sing like Incubus or Mars Volta or some shit. I guess that's high, but it just, my perspective was like on a whole nother level. And then his stuff was like, you had no break. Like Isle is a crazy song to sing. And then one more that's actually even harder than that, because the register is just, it's the absolute highest my register can go, but it never really leaves there. It just stays there. So it's like holding something super heavy out and then having to hold it for 5 minutes. You don't get a break. And it, like that shit beat me up. I feel kind of like, honestly feel like that was probably one of the worst performing tours I had. By the end of that tour, like I was
just
having
based on the range you had to like kind of use, or
yeah, based on like the not, because I had the range to get there, but the problem is I didn't have the dexterity or the ability to just stay there. It wasn't a natural thing for me. So it's like hitting a high note versus only singing a high note. It's like I needed to be able to take a break. My voice can only do that for like so many minutes.
Gotcha.
And then you're gonna get tired. And like by the end of that tour, I was taking like shortcuts, using screaming instead of singing the high note, or pulling the mic away a little bit so I could, it looked like I tried to do it, but I knew I was gonna break because it was just gone. And on the inverse side of that, when I write music in the same register, kind of, but for myself, and I can pace it and arrange it in a way that doesn't blow my voice out. I like with Jamie's Elsewhere, from the beginning of the tour to the end of that Emarosa tour, I was singing extra shit on top of our songs. Like I was singing all of our high harmonies because our backup vocalist didn't do the harmonies. So I was doing all of the songs plus all the screaming plus all the high harmonies, and then I was making up other parts and adding little like inflections that were just unnecessary. I don't know. I guess peacocking, but because I could, because of doing it every day and practicing it, I was getting better at it. With Kaioken, I wrote those songs, and the more we practiced them, the more comfortable they became to sing. With other bands where I've kind of had to follow someone else's vocal patterns and stuff, it's more of a struggle because my body doesn't do that naturally. It's kind of like trying to teach yourself how to write with your opposite hand. It's like you can hold the pen and you can maybe put it on paper and it'll be ugly. You can maybe even be like all right and legible for a minute, but it's going to start cramping after a while because you're not used to using it. And it's like that's kind of how vocal gymnastics is for me.
Gotcha.
That was by far the biggest ask I was given from a vocalist takeover. I have massive respect for what Hutka was capable of doing. I think Matt is the mastermind behind that entire project, but Hutka was by far the God's gift talent that was there.
How many people do you think that can, or other singers that you could name that could kind of hit that register as like a male?
From like
And like actually
depends on what
maintain
register.
it,
Oh,
or maintain like a
Hutkas?
singing like Hutka.
I know a few people that kind of naturally fall into that register as far as like that pitch goes. They're naturally high toned voices. A good example of a good example of someone that sings high but doesn't have a high toned voice, other than me, or even like Aaron, would be like, I guess I was gonna say Anthony Green, but he's got a like a mid tone to him. But like the guy from Protest the Hero, that dude can just sing fucking circles around people and hits notes that are batshit nuts and screams his balls off and has a normal ass speaking voice. And then on the inverse of that, someone that has kind of a mid range but is known as or considered a high singer because they have a very high toned voice would be like Jag from A Skylit Drive, like Michael Jagman.
Yeah, I can see that.
He has that. He has a naturally high sounding speaking voice. So even when he sings a mid-range note, it sounds like the da 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 da. It's super super high. When I sing that note, it just sounds like a mid-range note. It doesn't sound as catchy, I guess, or as difficult. It's not that hard, but it sounds far harder. People that I know that can sing in that range, honestly, I'm kind of blessed with being surrounded. I made a lot of friends that were musicians, and I've been surrounded by a lot of really good vocalists, and I kind of stick by people. So I personally, I know a few that are working anymore. It's few and far between. Honestly, talent and success are not really cohesive things anymore. It's some of the best musicians and the most talented vocalists that I know are at home. Either they don't perform anymore or they're in a band that hasn't played a show in 6 months, that kind of thing. The workingest bands are the ones that hit the success curve. They hit that audience and they stayed on it. They didn't allow the attention to leave. They're gonna keep pushing themselves. They're gonna keep going. Like the Money of the Bear was gonna fucking take every tour. Like all Matt wants to do is go on tour and scream at people. Probably not as much anymore now that he's got like a wife and kids and stuff. But at the time, like 2012, like he had plans to tour 9-10 months a year because that was money and that was fun. I don't think like I mean Kurt Travis is a great example of a singer that just continuously starts, like he keeps getting better, especially over the past like year and a half. He got sober about 2 years ago, and the difference that it's made in his voice and his energy level and all the other, we were talking about it at we play poker sometimes, and it was a life altering thing. It's not even like he didn't want to drink because of the drinking anymore. It was because of the visible and like noticeable improvement in his own capabilities. And he's always been super fucking talented. But now it's an effortless thing that's like, it blows my mind. He can sing higher than Tillian on some stuff. And Tillian has more of that naturally high tone voice.
Mm-hmm.
And ultimately, we're all just trying to do what we did 15, 20 years ago. I don't try to reach my old goals anymore because, like I said, I'm very personally, I'm my harshest critic, and I have a very, very a valid reason, I guess, not to be able to do it anymore, which is why I had to, why I had to stop in the first place, but also what's keeping me from uh, coming back. I want to play music again. I have intentions to. I've been writing a lot and I do record some stuff, but it's about going back into the public eye. It's hard because with having such a disjointed musical past, I I don't have a lot of fans of me. There are a lot of people that are fans of me in one band or another. You know, they liked me in, Burn Halo, they liked me in Vampires, or they liked me in Jamie's, or they liked me in something else. And so when I do something else that's not that, all of a sudden it's a disappointment to them, or they, talk crap about it or say this was better. And it's hard not to kind of, uh, it makes you feel like you've got less people in your corner when people are only in your corner for a certain specific thing that you can do. It's like, I don't want to be a catchphrase guy, kind of a thing. I've always just kind of tried to make music and have fun doing it, but at the same time, I was using it as an escape, so that I didn't have to turn around and face the tidal wave of crap that I was dragging behind me. So like, it followed me back home. From the Bunny the Bear tour. Took a bit of time to myself. Spending time at home, just recuperating, and then Wes reached out to me and was like, he had a opening room in his house, and he's like, dude, just come move in with us. Like, move down here, be a studio vocalist. And Kaioken was interested in having me become the vocalist because they liked those two demos so much. They wanted me to come down and do the rest of the EP with Wes. And I had a girl in the area that was interested in me, that we'd kind of been talking and stuff. And so I had all of these reasons to move to Hollywood. And so I just said, fuck it. And, packed a backpack and my like portable recording studio. And I moved into a 3-bedroom apartment with 6 people in North Hollywood at the end of 2012. It was like November, I think, of 2012. And it was in December because my mom came down for Christmas, and a week later I was in a DJ project that was booked to we basically somehow talked ourselves into being EDM DJs that were going to perform at Miley Cyrus's little sister's birthday party. Weird turn of events. Wes produced for some chick that knew Miley's mom, and they were looking for a DJ that would go between bands for this like Hollywood like super sweet 16, but it was a super tweet 13 for Noah. And he's like, I'm a DJ. And he's like, oh, that'd be great. Would you do it as a present for the Cyrus family? He's like, absolutely. And then he came home and he's like, we have to learn how to be DJs in the next 10 days. And we opened a $5,000 credit card at Guitar Center and bought a bunch of DJ gear, and then realized we had no idea what we were doing. So instead, we went into Pro Tools and we just attached a bunch of songs together as one big long song. And then we pretended to be DJs for 3 hours. And I got to meet like the Cyrus family and do all that shit. And like, that was like my first month in Hollywood. And I'm like, okay, this isn't a real place. Like, this is dumb.
That's like a skyrocketed way of just like within a month you're playing for Cyrus family as a DJ.
Yeah. It was, I think it was 3 weeks after I had moved there. And then because that month came up, like that was a hoot of a night, but then we never did it again. And then I was working on the Kaioken stuff, hanging out with the guys, and I don't know, living the life, having fun, but I was broke. And I was at Angels and Kings for some one of the guitar players from Vampires Everywhere was in a metal band up here in Sacramento that had played with Above the City and stuff like that. And he had reached out to me when he saw that I moved to Los Angeles and invited me out for Ronnie Radke's birthday party. And so me and my girlfriend at the time go to this bar on Hollywood, and I meet DJ and Michael Vampire, and they're getting ready to go out on tour, and their guitar player had just quit. And they were like, how much money would it cost for you to join our band? And I was like, pay my rent and buy my food, and I'll just go. And so I just joined Vampires Everywhere because I was already flat broke. I had moved down with like $2,000, and I bought a TV, and I got a parking ticket like my second day there. My car got towed, and it was like $300 to get it out of a Hawk, and like buy like I put all my money into that stupid fucking DJ gig, and then I paid rent, and I'm like, I got like $100 to my name, and rent's gonna be up, and it's like February's coming. It's a short month. I'm like, okay, yeah, I'll go be in a band for survival again. So I all of a sudden was goth, and that was an event. That is one of the most unfortunate choices that I've made. As much as I love DJ, and as much as I love like JJ and like some of the people I met while I was in Vampires, psychologically it really fucked with me.
Why is that?
Health wise, it really fucked with me. There was a lot of. It was just an inherently toxic environment to begin with. Michael was in a headspace at the time where his prime goal was manipulation. He really liked toying with people. The girlfriend, he admitted this in an interview maybe a year or so ago. The girlfriend that he had at the time had gotten him very, very like heavily into like dark art stuff. He had basically convinced himself he was an actual vampire and he could control people. Meanwhile, what happened was he had a I don't know, a heartless cynicism and almost like childish joy with getting people to do things. He had a hell of a lot of money. He had enough influence that the money would then piggyback over, and then it just kind of like allowed him to get away with that. And honestly, he was a charming fuck. So if you didn't know any better, you'd follow his ass. And yeah, there was a lot of inherently just unhealthy shit going on there. Plus, just the alcoholism was insane at that point. We were sponsored by Cold Cock Whiskey. We were drinking a bottle of Jack Honey and like 2 cases of Corona Ritas or whatever, Bud Light Ritas before every show. Like it was blackout. Like the whole tour was blackout. But at the same time, there was this inherent like passive aggressive, actually more aggressive, like nagging of like making fun of you, like calling you fat, saying you can't eat anymore, like making like food eating challenges and stuff because he wanted everyone to be skinny and look like they were on Warped Tour kind of shit. He's a very vain person, and honestly, it hit a note for me because I've always had like body dysmorphia and shit. Like when I graduated, when I was in Picketline, I was like 125 pounds at like 6'1". And then I think the heaviest that I got was actually probably when I was in Vampires, and it was well into my 200s. And yeah, it was just like it was getting just viciously made fun of 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Meanwhile, he would also then go around and try to like sabotage personal relationships, start issues, get people to cheat on people, do like weird shit like that. And the worst part for me, other than the fact that it was just giving me free reign to like self-destruct, like out with like alcoholism and basically self-abandonment. But it wasn't just self-abandonment, because by me going out with them and focusing on that, I was no longer working on the stuff in LA, and I basically left everybody in Kaioken hanging, waiting for me to come back from tour. And I had my girlfriend at the time paying all my bills and stuff because Michael wasn't paying me. And yeah, it dragged a rift into all of the relationships that I had kind of gone down there to build, both with Wes. By the time I got back from, because we like back-to-back tours, it was like we were opening for Orgy, and then we were on with Wednesday 13, and then we were with Rob Zombie's like Great American Nightmare. At that point, Wes told me he was moving out of the apartment, moving into a different studio, like house with another producer. And like there was like, you know, that, you know, attempt to rekindle that like writing relationship that Wes and I had, you know, in high school and out of high school, just kind of it fizzled, and it was more about, I guess, the party than anything else. And so yeah, I pot committed into Vampires because Vampires was the band that was working, and I knew with the Kaioken guys that they were still going to be there. But when I came back, things spiraled pretty quick. I wound up. I didn't even leave Vampires. Vampires broke up without talking about it. Posted it on Twitter that the other 4 members of Vampires were starting a band called the Killing Lights. I found out on Twitter that they were all in a new band and I wasn't in it. It was the weirdest, like,
Yeah, I was going to ask you if you were, if
passive
they ever
aggressive.
reached out to you and asked you if you wanted to be in the new band that they were going to start.
So it's
or-
odd. So it's odd. They abandoned me. It was after Michael and I got in a fight with the Rob Zombie tour, because with the band that's sponsored by Cold Cock Whiskey, and we're having to like drink with fans before the show and stuff, and I'm just drinking because I'm miserable. I was so drunk by the time that we played that I didn't notice that my wireless wasn't plugged in for like first like minute and a half of the song, and we're playing on like an airplane hangar in front of like 1,000 people, and my guitar's just not going. And ultimately, like, you know, our stage manager figured it out and plugged it in and stuff, but I was just a stumble drunk. And Michael was pissed, and he was also shit-faced drunk. Whiskey's kind of a fighting liquor. And so yeah, we got in each other's faces, and it got bad. There were a few times in tour, we on a communal level just said, all right, body shots only. Like, I'm going to beat the shit out of you. And we would go to blows. There was he broke 2 of my ribs at oh God, what's that skaters from Jackass, Ben Margera's bar in Westchester. We were shit faced drunk, and we were just on each other's last nerves and couldn't take it anymore. And it was just like, hey, you know, just body shots until somebody says uncle. All right, dibs. And that was a bad idea, because I am not a fighter and I have no muscle, and he used to work out and does have that. So it's not fun to be on tour and living in a moving vehicle with 2 busted ribs. You don't sleep very well. Especially crawling in and out of a bunk. It's fucking really shitty. But those are life experiences that I was blessed to earn by being a dumbass. So yeah, by the time that the Great American Nightmare tour was done, we were basically done talking to each other. Also, DJ and I had written maybe 50 or 60 songs, like demos, trying to write a new Vampires record, and it was going nowhere. Michael wasn't happy with any of it. None of it really seemed like that good. So when he announced the Killing Lights, I was like, all right, more power to you. Like, I don't care. My girlfriend at the time and I wound up splitting up. honestly over mutual stuff. But I reached a point where I knew that where I was as far as like taking care of myself, and then where my fallbacks would be, um, my best the best thing I could do was get out of Los Angeles and go back where, I always reset. So I moved back to Sacramento in 2014. And a few months after I moved back, once I was like doing well, I was working, I had lost some weight, I was like, posting stuff. Then Vampires hit me back up again, or the Killing Lights. Michael reached out and said it seemed like I was looking better, and asked if I would be interested in flying down and recording with them and see if it worked. So he flew me down to LA, and I recorded one of the songs here on this fucking SoundCloud, the Light Spread Like Fire. We recorded that in Michael's house, me, DJ, and Michael, over like an afternoon. We just hung out for the weekend, and he flew me home with the intention of flying me back down in a couple of weeks to film like a big music video for it. He's spending all this money, but I had already, like, in my head, he was a bad ex that I wanted vengeance on. The song is about Michael. The song, all the lyrics in the song, it's about like, what would you do knowing every dirty word you whispered, they were lies straight from the start. Can you feel the fear of knowing that they see right through you, see the snake you truly are? And he had no concept of it. All the lyrics that I'm singing, all the stuff that I'm singing is actually about us and the way that he, had a hand in kind of destroying relationships with people, and I saw the negative in it. I knew he was trying to kind of use me and I guess my talent. I don't want to use the term talent. He wanted to use my clean vocals to make the Killing Lights a more of Mice and Many style project, because he did not have the ability to do so himself, and he wanted to get more into that, like, I guess, end era Warped Tour style music, because the whole shock rock Marilyn Manson style didn't work out so great. And when you're hanging out with Austin Carlisle and you're hearing about how great everybody's doing, I guess you try to do the same thing. So we wrote that song, and then I flew home, and then when he texted me like my flight information to fly back, I'm like, oh no, I couldn't get the time off of work, I'm not going. He was like, he'd already spent like $20,000 on like police cars rentals and stuff for like the theming of the song and all this stuff. He had sent the song off for production to Eric Ron, and I'm like, yeah, no, actually, I'm just gonna keep working. I'm gonna stay home. Thanks for the opportunity, and I just quit without kind of joining. And I kind of had the intention to from the minute that I never intended to join the band. And I talked to DJ about it afterwards because I felt bad because I didn't want to lead DJ on. But I had such a weird, I don't know, it was such a catty way to kick me out of the band, and then to ask me back. It's like cheating on your girlfriend and then asking your girlfriend if she wants to date you again, but you still see that like they're texting the other chick. It's just like, I don't trust you, but I feel like giving you a dose of your own medicine. So I did, and we haven't spoken since, and that's probably for the best. But and he knew I did it. If he knew I did it purposefully, he'd probably think I was a total dick. But he probably already thinks that anyway. So I don't know if this is going to end up in the video, but yeah, that was probably the most immature response to a music offer I've gotten in a hot minute. The song's good. Like, I mean, it's not good, but like the chorus is all right. My voice sounds great. At the time, I had already started working with another project here in Sacramento. That's one of the ones that you are missing. That's the one that has the unreleased record, which is all the bottom shit. There's a band called I Wish We Were Robots. Post-hardcore, like pretty standard stuff. Like I don't even know what to
I
They sound
recognize the
kind of like
name. Is what's his name in it? Alvaro?
Alvaro Alcala, yeah,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
original guitar player for DGD. Yeah,
Yeah, I remember the band.
Alvy is a wonderful. Alvy wants me to join back into the band so bad. I love Alvy to death, but he's a long haul truck driver with like a wife and kids now. He needs to stay home. Like he needs to stop chasing that. He keeps paying money for demos. He keeps demoing the same song and like different singers. And I'm like, it makes me sad. But yeah, at the time, um, I was friends with the guys. I've worked with a bunch of projects here in SAC, kind of same way that I did with Dead City when they uh, like had a resurgence for a little bit, to where it was like, yo, we're we booked like a couple shows. Like, you want to like play some songs again? You want to like play bass? There were a couple of like I guess more like southern like rock metal, like Every Time I Die style projects called With Wolves and oh god, I can't remember the other one because it was so long ago. But they had an open. They were band members. They had been a band forever. The music was great. They could not keep a singer for the life of them. So they'd be like, "Yeah, we want to play a show, but we don't have a singer. Like, will you fill in?" And I'm like, "All right, yeah, sure." So they're all professional gear, professional like performance level, and they just let me kind of wing it, and I get to spend a couple weeks doing Norma Jean style music, or doing something that's like more of like I don't know, uh, uh, shoegaze, kind of like odd, ethereal, like this. I don't know if this girl's a hippie or just might be on drugs, but either way, she sounds like she has an accent. I like it because I got to work with random stuff like that, because every time they would play something, if I was in town, I would just kind of be the go-to for it. So Paint Over Pictures, that was the band I was in. So in doing all of that, I had met a lot of the Sacramento local musicians, and Robots had been kind of a local opener for a lot of big tours, and then a lot of like DGD shows, like bigger Sacramento bands that were headlining. If there was like a big show coming through, they would try to get on it because they could move tickets. They wanted to have the performance. They were recording a record with Eric Ron, the guy, like, I think they were signed to the same management company as New Year's Day, and somehow they got in to like a recording contract with that. And so they were recording this like full length record with the singer they had at the time, this guy named Jeremy. And Jeremy he could sing, but he wasn't like a vocalist in the sense that he didn't write lyrics, he didn't practice, there was no like focus towards it, but he did have a relatively decent like singing and screaming voice, performance wise. So when he showed up on stage, he could do the things, but then when you went into the studio, Eric Ron for the most part wrote all the vocals for the record. And then while they were working on the record, there was some kind of falling out. I'm not exactly sure what, but Jeremy quit. And so they were kind of left up shit creek with shows on the like docket that they have tickets to sell, or they got to buy them, kind of thing. And they've got thousands of dollars sunken into this like 9-track, or I think it was 10-track at the time, 10-track record that they've been doing in Hollywood. And they've got to completely rewrite it. And I was working at like Joe's Crab Shack at the time, and not performing really with anybody. I was playing with my friends in Incredible Me, just kind of like sitting in and singing with them, but I wasn't actually like performing with anyone. And they had a show coming up opening for Jamie's Elsewhere and Slaves. It was like 2 weeks away, and they were like, "Would you mind filling in?" For the vocal, it's maybe 15 blocks from your house. And I'm like, okay, yeah, if I'm not working that day, sure. And so I worked that morning, and I got off from the Crab Shack, and I walked over to the concert hall, and I got dressed in the green room, and I played the show with them. The only song that I did the actual lyrics was the one that Jeremy came up into guest vocals for me, which was a song they had released a long time ago. Other than that, I just made it up on stage again, because that's seems to be my go-to when I get impromptu told to perform. But it was super fun, and the guys were great, and they had all their shit together. Like, they had everything in a row. It kind of seemed like they were already a touring band. They had a van and a trailer. They had professional gear. They had a professional demeanor. The bass player had been a roadie for me when I was in Burn Halo, so I knew he was dependable, and he knew his shit. And I'd known Alvy for a long time, and so they asked me to go back down to Eric Ron's to re-record the record, and I agreed. We went back down to Hollywood. We were there for about 2 weeks, and because he had actually written the majority of the content, like both lyrics and like harmonies and melodies and stuff, he didn't want to change a lot. He didn't want me to rewrite it. He wanted me to re-record it. So getting rid of Jeremy's voice and replacing it with my own. So a lot of the vocals are either lyrics that were given to me, like pre-written, or they were lyrics that I adapted to, my own emotional space or whatever. But it's more adaptations than rewrites. Like, it's not you're going to listen to his version and my version, and it's going to sound like completely different songs. They sound like the same song. It just sounds like two completely different people singing it. And while I was in the studio doing that, I was having like odd discomfort. Like, it kind of felt like the tickle that you get in the back of your throat when you're just getting like the flu or something, or if you get like something stuck in your ear and there's like a pressure in there, you can't like really get it out. I was having that kind of just a incessant annoyance that I didn't know what the fuck it was. But it wasn't bothering me too much until like we got into tracking for a couple of days, and I was noticing, like, I was still singing well, and like I was still being able to perform the parts, but I was having to try a lot harder for some things, and I was having to retake things that were either in my highest registers, or especially with screams. It seemed like with tracking screaming, my voice was like catching. I had a weakness there that wasn't there, and I've been doing this the same way for over a decade at this point, and like taking care of myself far worse. Like, right now I'm like in studio drinking tea, like doing the right things, and it feels like there's something off in there. And so we finished the record, and when I got home and it still persisted, I went to the doctor about it, and they checked and they didn't find anything, and thought it might be like whatever. It's not asymptomatic, but like when you imagine something so much,
Like
that
psychosomatic.
it exists. Yeah, psychosomatic. So that was what they thought. Because it felt like I had like a bug in my ear. Like, I had a weird incessant fucking like itch inside my ear. Ultimately, it was behind my eardrum, but like, you're not gonna find that with a finger. And then and I just, my voice felt okay, but I had noticed just a change in its response to me. It was like driving your car, but somebody moved your seat all over the place. And after about a week of like thinking it's all in my head, I was going to shove a Q-tip through my brain. So I said, screw this, I'm going back. And so I made a appointment with an ENT and they put a scope up my nostril, and they found polyps on my vocal cords. And so at that point, we just kind of assumed that through like process of elimination, probably screaming and singing for a decade, I had been putting undue stress on my vocal cords, and it was finally starting to catch up with me. So we did like a laser surgery to remove the polyps, and went home. And I went back about 3 weeks later for my checkup, and that's when we found out that they were malignant. They had come back in full force. Ultimately, I basically caught the pre-cancer version of a very aggressive throat cancer right before it completely overloaded my throat. So at that point, I had to go back for laser surgery. They also had to go a invasive surgery to remove a cluster that was at the top of my vocal folds, like almost kind of created like a knot right where my vocal folds met. And then I did a bout of localized radiation. I didn't have to do chemo or any of that, but the surgery left a lot of scar tissue, especially with how, like, the placement that the cluster of nodules was. It wasn't allowing my vocal cords to vibrate anymore. So not only did I lose my singing voice, but I completely lost my speaking voice. And as far as the doctors were able to say, they couldn't guarantee me that I would ever be able to talk again, or when, or how long, or if I would get my singing voice back, or how long it would be. It's a complete crapshoot. It could be 6 months, it could be 6 years. And so I was working in the service industry at the time, and I was in this band. I was just doing this record, and now I lost my job because I couldn't speak, so I couldn't wait tables and work bar. I can no longer perform music, and that was really the only identity I had ever had as an adult, has been based around not my personality, or not like my qualities as a person, or friendship or anything, but about the talent that I was capable of offering. And people knew me in the area more for my voice, or a project that I was working on, than really they knew me. And I had this just massive ego death, like implosion, or like I didn't leave the couch for about a week because I was afraid to leave the house, because I knew the only place I knew where to go, like from social cues, would be to go to a bar, and that would just be worse. And I knew I needed to get out of the environment that I was in. The roommate that I was living with at the time was not a healthy place for me to be if I was worried about diving into self-destructive mannerisms. So I reached out just anonymously over Facebook, just like anybody's getting out of town for the weekend, kind of thing. I just needed to get out of the house. And this guy, Nicholas, that I had played Dungeons and Dragons with a couple of times, like a year before, was like, I'm driving to the Renaissance Fair tomorrow to work it. Like, I can get you a job working at a knife throwing booth for like $9 an hour. You don't have to talk. And I said, sure. And I ran away and I joined the Renaissance Fair. And I didn't come home for a month. I literally just lived at a Renaissance Fair and reintroduced myself as the gravelly, croaky guy. I had a new nickname. Nobody knew me as a musician. Nobody knew like my background, where I came from. They just knew that I was, I don't know, pretty and fun or some shit. I don't know. It was weird, but I got adopted into like a whole new community, and so I basically just abandoned myself. I abandoned Chris Patterson here in Sacramento, and I ran away to the carnival, and I became another character. I started going by my Ren Fair name, which was anything at the time. And Ren Fair ends, by the end of it, I'm dating a girl there. I move into their house. I get a job working like off season for the Tea and Spice company that like sells wares there. I become their shop manager. I spend better part of 3 years just completely away from the music scene, not talking to about 95% of the, you know, friends and acquaintances that I had. And really nobody knew why. Only probably, I don't know, I'd say probably a third of my friends group even knows what happened to my voice. A lot of people don't even know I lost my voice because I left. And when I came back, it was hard. It was like raspy and harsh, but I still had a voice. But everyone that I met while I was gone never knew who I was previously. And then that was an interesting social escape for a bit until my mom got hurt and I moved back to Sacramento again. And I brought my girlfriend with me. And that was when she was introduced to the my background, the you know, the relation that I had to this city was a little different. Like she knew like from stories and stuff that like, yeah, I played music. I've got crazy tour stories and like the weird Miley Cyrus crap, like the thumb samurai sword stuff. Those are great. Like, I don't know, bar conversation topics when you just meet somebody and you're just trying to like, I don't know, be entertaining for a moment. So she knew that I had a history with music, but she didn't know the, I don't know,
how it affected like your social circle, like how.
yeah, like I've got a history in this town for so many years from so many perspectives, different bands, different environments, self-destructive or not. Like I know street punks. I know like the rap community. I know the bartending community. I've been all over this fucking place, and the kind of crazy thing about Sacramento is there's people here that are still doing the same thing they were doing 10 years ago and still have every confidence that big things are coming soon, kind of thing. It's a place where a lot changes, but there are also like a lot of people that use the fact that a lot changes to never change. They become the sedentary spot in a running river so that it feels like everything's moving when they're actually standing still. And they remember things. And so they when they see you, it's like they saw you yesterday, not 8 years ago. And so it's immediately back into that kind of persona or back to that like rapport. And for me, that's hard because it kind of subconsciously kicks me back into whatever, you know, whoever I was at the time that I was hanging with them, whatever band I was in, whatever character I was playing, then, you know, whatever our communal interests were, whether they were music or work or girls or, you know, negligence, like just skating, like dumb crap that would immediately pull me out of my identity and shove me back into an identity that I had been hiding in, you know, a decade before. And my girlfriend hated it. She absolutely hated it. It gave her crippling anxiety, and she didn't, honestly, she didn't trust me by myself because my ADHD and anxiety would just would read that and just go into it and not even realize that I was doing it. And then all of a sudden I'm acting like a party kid or something, or I'm, you know, acting like somebody that I'm not. And that caused a pretty significant rift between the two of us. Ultimately, she decided to take some space and move, let me kind of take some time to myself to figure myself out. And that's when I moved into this house. That was 3 years ago. A little over 3 years ago, I moved into this house. After a month in this house, I 5150'd myself because I realized that I had no identity at all. Since high school, I had literally just been playing characters on stage. I had been 100 different vocalists. I had been whatever people needed me to be. My hypervigilance and insecurity of being the odd man out as a kid had gone from being a survival instinct to being my only concept of like existence. And so once I removed all of the external facets and interests, I removed the connections that I had to people that made me do the things that were communal to them. I'm sitting here and I'm like, do I play music because I like to, or do I play music because I'm good at it and people like that I do it? Do I draw because I want to? Like, I'm working to be a tattoo artist. It gives me crippling anxiety because I'm afraid to fuck up somebody's shit, like, and or disappoint them. Like, it's such a big thing. My fear of failure is like, it gives me a panic attack every time I even think about giving someone a tattoo. 9 times out of 10, it's better than they would ever expect. And the one time that it's not, they're probably still going to be happy with it because it's a new tattoo. But like, to me, I'm sweating bullets for a week. I don't want to do it. It's like, I'll start like avoiding like the things that used to be my, joys, because they felt like I was having to do them, like that it wasn't something I wanted to do. I got to the point musically that like I stopped listening to music entirely prior to me losing my voice. I just become so detached from the actual artistry of it, and I become so used to it being a job that it had done this weird I don't, it's like a double whammy of like, when the world is shit, but music is your vent. That's the thing that helps you get through it. And then you make music a stressor. Now you just made the world even shittier. You added another thing that makes things hard, but you removed your only vent at the same time. So now it's actually twice as bad. So like, in losing my voice, and then in spending some time to myself here, going through some programs and counseling programs to both find a better understanding of me, but also to have someone figure out a better understanding of why I am how I am. I was able to start building an identity. I found out I really do like playing music. I play guitar a lot. I don't do it to perform it. I don't do it to sell it. I don't do it to, win a popularity contest or so that people think that I'm talented. I don't have any goals or aspirations outside of this pleases me at the moment to be able to do, kind of a thing. And in doing that, it was almost like refinding the instrument in the first place back when I was a kid. I don't draw anymore. That it gives me horrible anxiety. I started doing lapidary work. I own a plug company now. I make jewelry because I really like tinkering with things and hyper focusing on shit for hours at a time. I'm working at becoming a counselor because I've spent the last 3 years dissecting my brain and figuring my shit out. I'm very remorseful for a lot of the more brash and immature choices that I've made in my years. I'm very apologetic to many of the people that had either placed trust or dependability into me, because I was about as dependable as a stray dog. I wasn't gonna fuck you over on purpose, but I wasn't aware of the fact that I was out of control myself. And so it wasn't until I hit isolation at like 34 years old that I realized I needed to figure out who the hell I am and who I want to be for the rest of my life. And so I've been doing that. And that's been interesting because uh, mental health and identity isolation piggybacked into COVID isolation. And then we reopened. I went back to work for a little bit as a bartender, and then I got hit by a car about a year and a half ago. I was in a hit and run accident that put 3 staples in my head, busted my collarbone in 4 places, and gave me a TBI. And I spent 4 months in isolation after that because I couldn't work and I live alone. But when I came back out of it, I realized that with getting a head injury and then not talking for 4 months, I had started to lose my capability for the ease of social comfort that I had inherently my whole life. And I couldn't, like, I had really bad brain fog. I couldn't remember drink or like how to make drinks. I couldn't stay on task. Time was an illusion I could not keep up with. My social timing, my candor of speech, was just disconnected, or dissonant enough that it would be off-putting to people. I could, and meanwhile, I'm hypervigilant, so I'm visibly, like, I'm aware perception-wise that I'm making people uncomfortable, or that this pause while I'm trying to think of this word is taking too long, or whatever it is. I'm super aware of the difference between how good I used to be able to do it and how badly I'm doing it now, and so that would just make it worse. I would just self-defeat, or I would get more anxious by it, and it caused me to become severely reclusive. And it took me a better part of a year to kind of get a hold of that again, and to start being able to, I guess, be myself again. It's been probably about 2 months now that I've been able to, like, talk, be social, not feel out of place, or like a form of discomfort in the room. But that being said, I've been living in Sacramento for 3 years now in this house. About 25 people know where this house is. I know about 1,000 people in Sacramento. None of them know that I live here because I don't go downtown anymore. I don't go to shows unless it's, one of my, like, I'll go to like certain friends I'll go to see. And when I do, it's like a massive thing. But with those people, to them, it's like seeing someone at a show is totally normal. They don't realize that, like, yeah, you haven't seen me in years, and for no good reason. It's like 90% of the time I've been at home working on projects, writing a lot, rebuilding my relationship with my family, trying to piece back together a puzzle that I never really tried to put together in the first place. I kind of just I hooked the borders up, and then I just neglected it through the majority of my like late teens, and then into my 20s, and then into my 30s. It's like in my head, I'm still like a freshman in high school, like, mentality, or freshman in college mentality. But it's like I'm going to be 40 soon. It's like I'm amazed at the amount of life that I've lived. And honestly, I'm amazed at the amount of lives, like, separately, the amount of lifestyles, and the just volume of shit that I've seen and been able to do is incredible. And it's taught me a lot, but it also makes me feel like I'm 75. Like, I feel like I've lived far more lives than one person should be able to. And I also feel like I'm playing catch up after being in a coma for the better part of my life, because I'm just now kind of becoming a responsible and empathetic adult that is thinking past, the easy answer, or the people pleasing response, or the safe route. Yeah, I've become reclusive because I'm afraid to fall back into falsehoods and, like, fake personalities, and get invested into things that I don't ultimately care about because I want to make the people that care about them happy. I've gotten to a point now where I only know how to be like a little too honest. I started working with harm reduction because I hate the way people deal with the homeless community. Honestly, well, in the last couple of years, I'm walking around on the streets out here, like I still wear like scaring kid shit, and like I still got all my fucking scene clothes from like a decade ago. I just look like a street punk, but I've seen so much of the community just kind of like get abandoned over like the COVID lockdown and then the like tent city kind of fiascos, and then everyone kind of just dissociated from it and ignored it. Now people are back like the world is a normal place again, and they want to party like it's the early 2000s. And like I've lost 3 friends this year so far to fentanyl overdoses because they still want to party and do cocaine, and you can't. So I constantly carry Narcan on me just because I'm afraid I'm going to find somebody overdosing. I've used the sheer volume of time that I've spent in like self-measurement and meditation and therapy and counseling and just learning about perspective and learning about like I don't know how I want to be a person. And so I'm taking that and I'm using that to weaponize all of the experience that I had, good or bad or horrible. Everything that I've lived through has taught me a lesson that only makes sense that I lived through it if I can help impart it to others so that they can have a chance to maybe not have to learn the hard way. You know, I don't think people are naturally as lucky as I think I have been. I was kind of given like a golden ticket straight from the start. I've never been as unsuccessful as I am now, and it's only that way because I choose to be. Like everything that I've attempted, I've found some success in, but I've also paid a price for it. And I don't think that a lot of people could probably survive without the luck that I had. I've been in so many near-death situations, and I've been in so many like deep like escapeless holes, and somehow found a way to move forward or to find some form of safety out of it. I've survived car accidents, bus crashes, murder attempts. At this point, I'm just trying to survive capitalism and potentially have the opportunity to be like a decent friend. And like, I don't think in everything that I've done over the years, I don't think I really was very good at that. I was a great singer. And I'm a fun guy to be around, but I don't think that I've been that, I don't think I was that genuine of a friend because I wasn't genuine in and of myself. And so the friendships that I made were inherently shallow, like just as a, as nature. And I didn't realize that at the time because, well, when everything is shallow and you're, on the surface, you're surrounded by everything. It's not until you get deep that you realize nothing came with you. And when I started going through shit, as I started becoming more reclusive, it was a shock to realize like how few people kind of noticed how easily I was able to go from being a household name kind of thing to non-existence in my own home. And as I talk to people about it, I kind of understand that it's partially community. Like it's the way that this community is in nature. When you are known for being someone who leaves for extended periods of time and then just comes back, people don't really make a big stink about when you've been gone for a while. It's not like a kid that comes home every day. It's like I was leaving for tour for 6 months, moving somewhere for a year. I think people are used to going extended periods of time with only having social media to connect with me. I have all but shut off of social media for the last few months while I kind of got a hold of myself again, because I was in a depression and I didn't want that to be what I was sharing. I wanted to, get my brain back. And thankfully, through a lot of research and having a friend that's a neuroscientist that told me a shit ton of what it's called, supplements and stuff that helped with, realigning pathways and dealing with the injuries of the brain. Probably maybe 2 weeks before Wasteland was like the first time in over a year that I felt like myself. And I was able to go to Wasteland and be myself again and have a wonderful fucking time of it. Now I've come back to SAC, and then my next step is to reintroduce myself to the community here, both from a friendship basis and from a working basis and in a musical perspective, because there's a lot I've been doing. There's a lot I want to do. And there's a lot of people that I miss. There's a lot of bridges that aren't burned, but they've been so far out of reach that I have self-defeated and not, walked over them. And it's like, I'm starting to feel the confidence to be able to do that again. And it was an extremely fortuitous timing on your part to reach out to me when you did. Because if you had done that a month ago, I would have probably felt overstimulated, read it, not responded, or responded like a massive message that I never actually finished writing and sent. And then I would have read it, put it away, and then have completely forgotten about it by being overwhelmed by a bunch of other shit. Or I would have been ashamed or insecure about the attention or perspective put on me. It's hard to show yourself when you barely know yourself,
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
But a lot of that is because of the fact that I've so many people have seen so many little bits, and I've had so few opportunities to link things together or to kind of show what was going on behind the scenes, to give a bit of an explanation, or honestly just to show acknowledgement of understanding whether it was a positive choice or not. And I saw that I didn't really think about the fact that you were recording me until like right now. Actually, I'm thinking about it. It was more so that you hit a rib with me with one, just interest, but also with the detail that you had gone into, not with just with the research, but with kind of your musical opinion and your, there was an emotional connection to some of my things and an honest, response to others. Like it was a genuine review kind of a thing, that was also missing pieces, and it got me. Well, one, it made me feel kind of appreciative of just the value that somebody put into it. Like when I play "I'm Sorry," usually people like walk away about 2 minutes into it because it's a long fucking song, but like that song, I started writing that song about the mother of my daughter in 2012 after my dad had passed away, because I found out that I had gotten a girl pregnant and she was having the child. She didn't tell me until she was having the child. It was right after my dad had passed, and I was not capable emotionally of jumping straight to that. I tried, and it was bad. We've had a rough decade. But my daughter's almost 11, and her mother and I do not have a relationship for honestly for both of our health reasons. She's been diagnosed with like borderline personality disorder. I was obviously, I don't know, pretending to be Peter Pan or some shit. But I had started writing that song because the inherent peace that you have to offer somebody that deserves an apology, but more so deserves to be able to move forward. Like, as much as I would love to acknowledge the things that I've done wrong and to, give the honest, like, I don't know, the respect of admitting that I was wrong and they were right, to give the validation of or security of that, perspective, because I don't want people to not trust themselves or to become like insecure or self-defeated because they think that they were wrong in something or like it's too. I got 5 apologies going through my head at the same time right now, and it's a bitch. But ultimately the concept behind it is I needed to get the sorries out because I needed to personally like state accountability that I could never say to the person, because in doing so, if I were to bring that to them, it would change the way that they feel. It might, they might forgive me. They might, become invested in me again. They might become less invested in the people that they're with now, or the path that they're taking now. And honestly, that would be unhealthy because at the end of the day, my acknowledgement and remorse does not at the same time mean that I, you would not be having to put up with that again, or that you would be out of danger, that everything could be better. I don't want to apologize for myself. And I don't want to make somebody else's life worse so that I can, I guess, make myself feel better, so to speak. I have a brain that has a very difficult time reminding itself of stuff. I don't stay on task. Saying stuff out loud is a good way for me to be able to work my way through it. And in writing, I'm sorry, because it's not a song. It's the most, like, I guess it's sing-songy, but it's
I just called it a musical
glorified
piece.
musical journal diary, or like it's like a Dear John letter mixed with a journal entry.
I think I did refer to it in some way, like a journal entry, somewhere in the video at least.
It was a stream of conscious thing to write. Ultimately, it was one guitar lick that I started kind of just singing to, and as I started to write it, I just kind of sat down and started writing. Rather than writing lyrics or writing melody, it was just like I wrote it like a letter. And it's it's extremely unusual for me. Also, it's very extremely unusual for me to write a song that's 6 fucking minutes long, because that's a lot of words to remember and a lot of time to stay on task. It's also not showboaty. It's not. I'm not trying to perform. I'm trying to remember every time that I play it. Because it's an acknowledgement from me of my own growth, but it's also a reminder so that I can do better, whether it comes to, friendships or decisions or responsibilities or just perspective, to be a little bit more understanding and a little bit less selfish. I guess weak would be the word, or yeah, it's a good song.
It is.
And I forgot it was public. I thought it was. It's on my YouTube. I thought it was private. Until you posted that video. When you acknowledged it, it kind of caught me by surprise, because yeah, pretty much 90% of people that have known me or like something that I do, it does kind of come back. Jamie's Elsewhere had probably the most success in the time that I was a part of the group / I could have had success there. My biggest regret, like musically, my hugest regret is not committing to Kaioken. Not only were those the best group of dudes on the fucking planet, but it was like, lyrically, it's the healthiest I've ever written. Like, if you go back through all of the things that I've written about with, trauma or loss, or even when it was like ego and cockiness and like success, or trying to be provocative or attractive or some shit. This was like, we can do better. It was like it was the most like positive thing that I've ever. It honestly, it's like it's too sweet. It some of those songs, like, I still can't believe that I made that a lot. So do what you can with what you have, where you are, believe in yourself, fight until you reach the stars. What the fuck? I never in my life to that point had I ever believed the words that I was saying in that moment. But I believed them with those guys because that was how they were. It was like a genuine, just, I don't know, golden retriever energy. Like we were the best part of Bacon every time we fucking hung out. We were all video game nerds. We were all weebs. We were all decent people. We were all but one of us was very humble. And yeah, I when I moved back to Sacramento, I went dark and stopped responding to them. And then ultimately they, went their separate ways. The last I heard, the drummer Nader had moved to Texas he was an EMT paramedic when I moved to LA. But he moved to Texas to like some huge raise. I think he works with SWAT or some shit. It's like,
oh shit,
it's a super prestigious job. It's super rad what he does. But that was kind of the death knell of that. I still every once in a while see posts of like Will's popped up. I haven't seen Austin in years or talked to Austin in years. Alan's still on my Instagram. That's like, I think the only one that actually remained friends with me after the group. Just because I did them so damn dirty, by giving them the hope and the honest, we had interest in the record immediately. As soon as I had a demo of it, I sent it to Artery, and Eric was like, let me know when you guys are playing a show. I will be there. And like, he had never said that to me before about any project I'd ever done. So I was like, yo, we need to do some form of like showcase. We need to start booking. But with me being in SAC and them being in LA, and then me just giving up and, you know, taking the job and the easy way out and you know, a local band, they never really had the opportunity to recover from it, because, you know, it was probably easier when they were a 4-piece with no vocalists versus a 4-piece that had a vocalist and has all this stuff, but now it's like no one can sing it, and like trying out other vocalists is like a massive thing, and so like you feel like you're missing something now. I brought them I don't know, a hole. I poked a hole in their shit and then ran, and that was very shitty of me. And I mean, I miss all the dudes. I love them all, and I would absolutely be beside myself to ever see the fuckers again. But I don't, even with the healing that my voice has gone through in the last 6 years. Ultimately, like, I sang karaoke for the first time last year, and posted it on Instagram, and it was like a huge, like, milestone marker for me. I sang a fucking Bon Jovi song in front of people, and it sounded good. That being said, I don't think that I have healed to a point to be able to fulfill that record. There's a lot of notes in that record that I would have a pretty fucking hard time actually performing it now. And, you know, some days are better than others. I can sing most of the Bunny the Bear stuff if I take like a week to prepare and practice, but I did not make my life easy on that record, and I would not ever want to do it disjustice. And honestly, I would never want to disrespect the dudes again, because I feel like they've put up with enough of my bullshit. So I'd never want to like get their hopes up that we would like play or something, and then like potentially fuck up. But what I have done is I've started recording acoustic covers of the songs.
Oh,
just
that's
because it is, and I've admitted this on Facebook before. I'm like, this was my favorite project that I was never in. It was like ever, but with an N attached to it, because technically we never, like, we played in our studio in Glendale, but we never performed live in front of. They played one show live, and it was without a vocalist. And that was so fucking long ago. It's kind of a trip to consider. Like, especially music genre has changed so much. I kind of wonder if a record like this released now, if it would even do well. Like, I kind of think like sometimes it's the moment is what makes it. Like,
I remember when it came out, and I remember like re-listening to it. I remember when it came out, everyone was really excited. When it was announced, generally people were excited because they had, for the most part, people didn't know. I guess now starting with this video, they'll know a bit more about what you had been up to, but people didn't know that you were doing all these different bands. Most people, at least in the post-hardcore industry, knew about you. I think it just kind of ended with you being in Jamie's, and that was it.
Mm-hmm.
And then a few years later, people started talking about your album with, what is it? Sea of Treachery.
Once the record released, my name resurfaced, but I never stopped working. So in the industry, like, I continued to exist through all of this time, and because perspective is a fuck, because I saw the people surrounding me seeing me, and because I was still going on tour, I was still working, I didn't realize that I was basically wasting my time by spending, you know, a month here, a month there in costumes. Like, I'm experiencing it, so I feel like it exists, but they're so disjointed, and I wasn't in projects for long enough, or I guess taking making an identity out of it. Like I was that, and that was kind of the reason that I succeeded and was as profitable with the whole touring for hire, pay for hire, see a need, fill a need, because I was not trying to make a name for myself. The band could have all the attention. Like it didn't matter. I'll wear a mask. I'll go buy an alias or a fucking surname. I don't care. This does not have to come back to me. Honestly, it's probably better if it doesn't come back to me. There is so much embarrassing shit on the internet that I am attached to because it wasn't my identity. It was just a job. And that sucks because I had a lot of opportunities to probably definitely do a better job. The perfect example would be my friend Kurt. Like, especially for us coming from a similar place, starting in a similar time, and kind of like really going through like a lot together. Like with him getting Dance Gavin and then getting kicked from Dance Gavin and going through the depression and the like abandonment of that, and then working again, and kind of like he never stopped. And not only did he never stop, but he still never stops. That fucker is in 7 or 8 musical projects at any time. Plus he's owns his own record company now. Plus he's developing electric tour buses. Plus he's doing guest spots all over the place. Plus he's, I don't know, building some kind of fallout shelter in Arizona, probably. I just assume. I think that was Post Malone, but he would probably do that too. And then like he is a fountain of try, and he's kept his name attached to it, and he's stayed true to his identity the entire time. Every project he's been in, from fucking 5 Minute Ride, which was like a early Rise Records, like at the drive-in-y kind of screamo pop emo like band, all the way up to Eternity Forever, fucking just vibes, or shit, even his shitty like rap side projects and that weird like ukulele fucking jams. Like everything he does, it is so inherently Kurt, and I love that. And the fact that he has all of those things now as badges of honor versus I've got a junk drawer full of fucking old receipts that like occasionally people like will mention. I'll be, oh shit, wait, no, I know what you're talking about. Like it's so few and far between outside of the industry. Like Kurt knows more about me than probably 95% of my fan base would. Honestly, Kurt probably knows more about me than I do, because a lot of the stuff I did, I was doing to dissociate, because losing somebody is hard, and the longer you go without dealing with it, the worse it gets. So I guess the moral of the story is all of the Kaioken lyrics. All of the Kaioken lyrics are the moral of the story.
It's a good album. I think it's probably, I don't know. I mean, I still have nostalgia for the other albums, so especially the Jamie stuff. But between that, I do think with Kaioken End was probably like my favorite thing you did overall, just because of the coloring of it. Everything felt really tight. Everything felt like really well executed. Like nothing. Like I said it in the video, it all just felt like it lined up perfectly. Like it was just as long as it needed to be. The lyrics were catchier overall.
And that's the mind-blowing part for me. Like the thing that Kaioken brought that most of my bands didn't was a non-discordant key. They played music that sounded like it would be in an anime. So it was it was brighter and inherently more energetic than a lot of the more downtuned kind of chuggy minor chord, or even the, I guess, technical like metal-y shit. Like they played in like E, like, and that was not something I was used to. I was not. I had never really been a poppy kind of guy, so it was fun to see what my register could do in that space. But it blows my mind, like in like the perspective of, I wonder what it would have happened if I had just fucking stayed in Picketline from the beginning, because that's how good Wes's self-production became. And we were self-producing. We were recording a second record when we split. We'd done like 3 songs in his garage on like a giant like what was it, the Apple G5s or whatever, the giant fucking computers back in like early 2000s. And we had no idea what we were doing. We were basically trying to copy what we had watched Sylvia and Kaio do at fucking Radio Star. And they bought that, so we got to buy one of those, and then, you plug that in and that'll work. And then 10 years of him self-producing his own stuff and putting out YouTube covers, trying to become a pop artist, recording a bunch of like dumb house shit with the rest of us, recording Arthur's like rap stuff. He built such a I don't know, familiarity with production that ultimately he just turned into a DJ. Now he does EEM, and he still produces for like pop artists and stuff like that. But if I would have had that kind of the capability of that kind of like quality and I don't know, just a solid fucking recording of all of the things, because I've never been good at. I don't think I'm the best in studio. I think the thing that made me stand out vocally is that I was a performer. I was better at an open mic night than I was trying to do like a one take, do it perfect. I was good at doing it good most of the time. I was never really great at doing it perfect at any point. So polish was something that goes a long way with me. And when you have like a natural rapport with, the person you're working with, it didn't even seem like we had to try. Like we wrote 2 of the Kaioken songs when I was down there just drinking with him. And then I wrote 2 of the Kaioken songs with Kaioken in the studio that we had recorded drums in, which was with this K-pop producer. I can't remember his name, but he's like a really, really big name in K-pop. He'd never worked with an English-speaking band before. I mean, he was a white guy, but like he was strictly K-pop. And so he recorded 2 of the tracks. It was Elf Song and nope. Elf Song and Link Start. So Elf Song and Link Start was tracked and mixed by this random guy that I had only met once. He was nice. In the videos that we have where we're like petting llamas and crap, that was his front yard.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah. And then about 2 months later, after Wes had moved out of the apartment and moved in with that other producer, I went over to his new place, and in an afternoon we recorded the other 2 tracks. And he mixed them and bounced them the next day. And like, other than putting guest vocals on it, we did nothing else. Like, he just got it right. And that was kind of a trip to see. But I guess that's what 1 million hours on a computer will do. He now owns a very, very successful music studio that's built inside of a bank vault.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Yeah. I miss that guy too. I miss a lot of people. I really need to reconnect with some of these people. But that's the plan anyways.
Yeah. Let me think. I'm looking here.
But so the link that I sent you, other than having Kaioken on it, because I just wanted to have a place that I had Kaioken access other than Bandcamp. It has a version of I'm Sorry that isn't as bit crushed as the YouTube version.
Okay.
So a little bit better mix. It's still it was a live recording, so it's not like it's a polished version, but it's not hell.
Right.
Lies Spread Like Fire is the last song that I recorded with DJ Black and Michael Vampire. They ultimately did film a music video for it after he had re-recorded all of the vocals. If you look up the music video, the Killing Lights, what video is it? It's the polar opposite of what happened with Robots. It's the same song. It sounds completely different. Like, rather than it sounding like two people singing it, because he can't sing the way that I do. He can't really even sing per se. So he had to completely rewrite it and re-record it. And it's different, but it's also not that much different. So that's on there. The 9 out of the 10 tracks that I recorded for I Wish We Were Robots, they are rough mixes. The record was never released. There was some money issues between the Robots and Eric Ron and New Year's Day. New Year's Day had crashed Robots' van. Robots said they weren't going to pay Eric until Eric paid them back for the van damage. Blah, blah, blah. Ultimately, these are the rough vocal mixes that I was sent back after tracking. It's missing one song, and they were never mixed, but they're there. One of them is featuring Johnny Craig.
No shit.
It is called... Hey, which one of these fucking songs is it? Too many damn songs. At Least You Know I Care. So At Least You Know I Care is featuring Johnny. Which was a trip. There's also a ballad on there about my struggle with I don't know, issues. It's called Struggling. It's pretty self-explanatory once you listen to it. It's not as journal-esque as I'm Sorry, but it's close. And then at the bottom is 2 vocal recordings that I did when I was the studio vocalist for Sky Eats Airplane for a brief period of time.
Oh shit! I didn't know that happened.
That was that was when I was in Burn Halo.
How was that going to work out if it had gone, I guess, in your favor?
It was studio only. He didn't want to tour. Like the guitar player is the guy that writes all the music. He lives in Texas. He's got he owns a company where he basically does customized, timed stage lighting. So it's set to the band's performances and stuff like that. And it's a $1 million company. He creates Metallica's fucking stage lights for when they go out on a arena tour, so that fire jets go off on when the right kick drum pattern hits and blah blah. And so he basically goes and he programs light these myriad chains of light boxes and triggers and stuff to the tracks of the band's set, and then they have a really rad professional live performance. But that takes up the majority of his time. He only wanted to record. just so that he could have something to put out. And if he did ever feel like going and touring it, he could just do it because it's his. And I was like, okay. Like, I liked Jerry. He was a great singer. He's a great dude. Or I don't know. He was a great dude to me. He was a great singer, but I think there was something a little off on the recordings that he did. It was fun to be able to do them. Those I think were also recorded by Wes. I think he also did my Sky Eats. He did. So yeah, there's a lot of Picketline production up here. And then at the end of that, then I'm gonna put this in the mail for you tomorrow.
Sweet.
So this is what the Picketline record looked like. All of the art for it was hand drawn by this weird guy in town that we paid to do it. Why is my lighting so shitty? But yeah, it's like a lady grabbing a page out of the sky. She's kind of part of a tree, and then the back is pretty much nothing. There's a lot of odd. So we'd already kind of mentioned how 2003 is one of those. That was a year where it was really cool to have a secret track at the end of your record.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of Easter eggy shit in the CD booklet itself. There's lyrics printed over lyrics. There's a song completely missing from the back. Not the secret song at the end of the song, but there's actually a track in between that's not printed on here.
Oh.
And then one of the songs, only I think the first verse of the lyrics is printed, and then none of the rest are. And we had a contest with our fan base that to try to guess what it was I was saying, and whoever got the closest would get a ticket to our next show and like a meet and greet with everybody. And I would tell them what the actual lyrics were, because it is really fucking unintelligible. It's the black and white. It's one of those songs that survived, but it's me screaming into an SM57 that's plugged into a tube screamer that's running into a little Matchbox amp that's being recorded by a ribbon microphone that's in a hallway. It's like the most unnecessarily like shitty distortion chain. We were experimenting. It seemed like fun.
I mean, it sounds like with that much, you're gonna get like heavy amounts of distortion, but they might be able to make it out, I guess.
It's mostly, I mean, trying to keep the feedback down was a challenge. But for me to then scream and enunciate and then coherently say the words that I'm honestly at this point, because it's like this is almost 20 years ago, I am not entirely sure that I had even written the lyrics yet by the time we recorded the song, because we were writing on the spot. So there is a chance that I might have just gibberished my way through that and then said, well, what did it sound like I said? But yeah, there's a lot of cool shit on here that does not exist anywhere else. Also, there's an acoustic song on there about like my father and loss and all this other stuff, and then you get to hear the weird you guys sound like Chewbacca taking a shit fucking argument at the end, which is it's kind of dumb, but it's fun. Yeah. I don't know. I was 18. I can't judge myself when I was 18. I did a lot of dumb crap when I was 18. Oh, that's a pretty significant chunk of the lore that you're missing.
I think that mostly fills everything in. But just to make it easier on myself, when did you record the stuff for I Wish We Were Robots?
That was the very end of 2014, beginning of 2015. Wait, I'll tell you exactly, actually, because I still got the email responses. the difficult time, it's an odd timeline to place because 2014 seems like it was a more, I guess, active year. For me, Kaioken recorded in 2013, but we didn't. The record didn't get released until 2014. But at that point, I hadn't seen them in a very long time. Robots. The last performance I had was on my 30th birthday, I believe. Did I play another shot? Oh, no, I played another shot after that. It was just after my face. So I think it was 2014. Yeah, it was 2014 still. We were going to rebrand the band, rename them under the title Role Models, because that sounded, I don't know, of the times. Out of like, you know, I guess everyone was moving from Woe Is Me into like the Issues phase of post-hardcore emo.
Yeah, I remember that era.
Yeah, and that was kind of, I guess that was our perspective on it. It's like
there was a period where everyone's name was just a word, well, like a plural version of whatever that word was.
Well, now it's just the letters without vowels.
Yeah, you're right.
Consonants. Yeah, which is why I currently go by the name Trash Can. It is far easier to remember. It is an item. I don't identify as any. I don't want the lofty concept of having a band name or like I don't want to be like a Marilyn Manson, and I don't want to be in charge of a Deftones. And honestly, like after you live alone for 3 years and your mom doesn't come over and tell you to pick up your socks, your life turns into a trash can a little bit.
Yeah, that's fair. That's understandable.
I mean, I don't want to sell myself short. My house is actually in pretty decent shape, but that's because I have built a habit of walking into every room at least once a day. Because if I don't, then I forget the room exists, and then like 4 months go by, and then I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot. Like, I have places that like I've been putting all of these clothes like on top of my cabinets. I forgot my cabinets have drawers. I should open them. Oh, they're all empty. I'm gonna put my clothes away. Like, super simple things that you have to relearn as an adult to be a halfway decent person when you live on, like, I don't know, spring break. I was on like a year leave from college from 2003 to like 2018.
That
like
sounds pretty cool.
Like next year I'm gonna try hard, I swear. Like, no, like, and I worked my ass off and I suffered through a lot of it, but like I had the, I don't know, mentality of that. Like my decision making skills was that I want fun. I want to go on tour. That sounds fun. Yeah, sure. I'll go. Should I? Probably not. Am I gonna? Yeah. Will I figure it out? Yeah. That is a really terrible way to function once you get past 30, because your body stops allowing you to just make mistakes and be fine with it. Like doing all of Warped Tour with like no change of clothes and with a band that doesn't have an RV or a shower, and you have no money and you don't know people, and you're essentially just a homeless person suffering surrounded by emo. That doesn't make you a musician. That makes you a transient. That was what a couple of tours felt like. Actually, I just summarized Under Oath when they first started. That was the weirdest band to meet. They smelled so fucking bad. They were so nice.
Back when they started, like with what's his name, Aaron?
Yeah, Aaron was a drummer and did clean vocals, and then what is his name? I can't remember the front guy that gets in 86 now.
Spencer?
Spencer, yeah. They were all original members. When that band first started, which, I mean, musically that was what they teamed off on, but they were these, I don't know, very, very goofy, very, very dirty, hardcore Christian kids. So they were super nice and super polite. They had unbridled amounts of energy. They never bathed. They never changed their clothes. They all slept in a van together. They didn't drink or do drugs. And they went harder than anyone else on stage because they had the power of God and anime on their side. It was nuts. It was absolutely nuts. And also it was like shaking hands with a porta potty, because you can only sweat that aggressively and go that hard without like hygiene for so long before it starts to like aggressively affect the people around you. But they didn't care. That's how they wanted to do it. It electively they did that. It wasn't they had to. They were making enough money. They were playing main stage at Warped Tour. They still van and trailered it instead of getting a bus, and they still didn't get hotel rooms.
That's no good.
Just because it's like Christian Kids Summer Camp goes on the road. Like, it's like the Chariot was kind of a similar way. But they're hardcore kids. Like that makes sense a little more to me, because I don't know, the hardcore scene and like the punk scene, I mean the folk punk scene obviously, but like hardcore scene and the punk scene are like one step away from problematic transient shenanigans. You're basically just like hardcore hobo. With the Christian post-hardcore scene that came out in the early to mid 2000s, there was a shower available. There was a cleanliness that you could have access to. It wasn't a crusty scene. It was a hair straightener scene. It was an inherently safer lifestyle to acclimate to, because it probably meant that you went shopping at the mall more often and slept in a bed somewhere, not just like blacked out on a couch in the middle of a desert, or drunk at a party, or whatever the hell. Whatever the hell Under Oath did. That was, I only remember it because Picketline played Warped Tour in like 2004, 2005. It was after the record had come out, so it was 2005. We crashed it with our truck, and pulling in to the Warped Tour event, they thought we were just one of the other Warped Tour stages, because it's a big Ford F550 box truck with like a rolling door on the side of it, and the fucking stage drops down. And so they just let us drive in the fucking service entrance, and we come around the back of the event. We're driving through the event, and so we snake our way all the way up to the front line, and we park directly across from the front line, like right by where the box office is, right before it opens, and we drop stage, and we just play to the line for like an hour and a half. We play our entire set. We play like 5 covers, because there's no one there to tell us no. Everyone thinks we're part of the show. No one's gonna, we don't have a time limit to stick to, because we're not a stage. We snuck in here. I'm not supposed to be. I'm an imposter. And and we got to hit as the line moved, as people went into the box office, our audience continued to like recycle. And so we played in front of literally everyone that went to Warped Tour that day that showed up in the first hour and a half, because we had 17 songs to play. And we had the mentality of, we're going to go until we get shut down. And they never shut us down.
That's pretty rad.
And then Kevin Lyman actually heard about it and came out and talked to like our manager and thought it was cool that we did it. And so he told us if we wanted to follow them up and do the West Coast, the same thing, we were more than welcome to. And so we like jumped on Warped Tour for like 5 days. And that was I think my first actual glimpse into what I don't know, the lifestyle and the just this the sheer like muchness of the music scene. Like early 2000s, mid 2000s Warped Tour was already nuts, but like I had never seen bands, like we had never had bands come through that were on that scale and level. And I was seeing bands like Avenged. I saw Burt McCracken play with the Street Drum Corps from like 8 feet away. I was able to like, you know, meet the guys from like Sum 41 and shit. And it's like, I can't drink legally. This is nuts. I should not be here with you. And I fell in love with a bunch of music that's gone now, and it makes me sad because that shit was awesome and had more, you know, survivability and staying power than the stuff that made it. But the stuff that made it, you know, is what people latched onto. So many wonderful artists from back in the day that just kind of like faded. Which I guess, I guess this is kind of a part of that. I guess I'm one of them. And this whole meeting is a little bit of a callback to that same situation. Yeah, there was a world, and it was emo as fuck. It cried.
I'm trying to document just one section of it. Like, I don't really have an interest of like going into bands that I don't have a connection to, because I feel like it's be disingenuous and I can't really give perspective on it. Like I don't know what it felt like to listen to them then and then to listen to them now. I can do that with like the music I grew up with, or like the music of the time, or music that's like tangential to what that music was, because I have like an attachment to it. Like, which is what I stated in your review.
What music did you?
No,
I was gonna say,
like
what music did you grow up with?
I'd say mainly like post-hardcore. Like in the beginning, I didn't really listen to any English music until I was like maybe like 13, 12. Not because like I was forced to listen to Spanish music, but just because I didn't know I didn't know any like famous artists beyond like Michael Jackson. That's about it. Like I just didn't grow up with I mainly grew up with just Mexican music. And then at around 12, 13, I got a Zune and I loaded it up with like whatever stuff was on the radio that I liked. And then
I had a Zune as well.
Dude,
I actually got my Zune from Jamie's Elsewhere.
That's cool as fuck.
It's a very weird, mildly illegal story that I don't know if I want to share because the filming.
Fair.
But yeah, somehow while we were recording that first demo, we white collar crimed our way into 20 free Zunes that were preloaded with music. But that was the problem. I couldn't put more music on it. It just had what it had on it, so I had to listen to like whatever the hell was on it, and it was 90% garbage.
Damn.
There were like 5 decent songs.
But what happened?
I had like
I had my Zune, and there was a feature where you could send music to each other wirelessly if you wanted to. I don't know if you remember that. If someone like in your region or in your radius had a Zune, and so someone sent
it was only us.
Yeah, basically. And
we like literally our band was the only one with Zunes. Everyone else fucking had a fucking iPods or bullshit.
But I got sent one of those. I got sent like I think it was Higinia by Bless the Fall, and then I just kind of went hard into scene music, and then I just kind of grew up with, I want to say like 2007-ish, post-hardcore or emo music, up until like 2012. Whenever kind of there was like a period of time where post-hardcore just kind of started going away, and it was very much clearly being outperformed by metalcore by like a wide margin.
It was oversaturated, and it was like it was it was kind of being looked down on. It was cooler to be like broy about it, but like still kind of have that, you know, the post-hardcore perspective. Like, you know, I don't know, Ghost Inside was doing it. People were kind of falling further away from a vocalist frontman, and we're starting moving towards like screamers, like
Yeah.
predominantly screamers. Which, I mean, there's a world for it. Now I have very there's such a wide array of music that's available now, but I feel like 90% of it, most people will probably never see or actually care about because they have so it's like when you have the world at your fingertips with the internet, but you don't know what to search in a Google search. It's like when there's a million flavors of ice cream, you're not gonna try all. You're just gonna take what's in front of you. Like
Yeah.
like if that sounds close enough like something, then whatever. It's hard to find like a new band that like strikes you because there's 100 bands that all sound the same being shoved down your throat from, you know, TikTok or fucking social media or whatever the fuck it is. So I give my buddy crap for it because he's like he's in the DIY hardcore scene out here, and there are people that look up to him like you know, an idol. They idolize him as a vocalist, and like he always saw like he had the same mentality with me, like with like the stuff that I used to do, and like with like Kurt Travis and stuff, with like a lot like Birds and stuff. That was like his favorite fucking band of all time. And like the whole time we lived together, he would constantly tell me about how that's all he wants is to be able to be that for somebody else. You know, he wants to be someone that like people like have that connection to, or like, you know, to give that, you know, in whatever he says. But then he gets that like attention, and rather than like either I'm, you know, cultivating it or even deserving it, he then writes songs about like cocaine and puts out like 100 Gex fucking style covers.
Oh man.
And like abandons the fucking band that was like trying to like help him and stuff. And he gets more views on TikTok, so he's fine with it. But it's like, dude, you had what you wanted. You had the validation. You had the soul, and now you've got auto tune and fucking 3 techno songs playing at the same time. It's actually like, I get it. Like, I've dissociated on a bus before. I totally get it. Like, but it makes me sad because I don't think some stuff that like we used to have, I don't think can make it anymore because I don't think there's space available for them to be perceived. Like, I don't think like a Seosin would do well in this world just because there's so much cookie cutter stuff. It's a little bit too I guess ethereal while also not being experimental enough to have that be its latch, you know? It's not the Mars Volta. Like the Mars Volta, I can see why they survived, but like at the drive-in would not do well right now. And they're an incredible band, but it's a times difference, and it's people's perspective, people's ability to pay attention or even to notice you because of just the wall of noise in front of them. It's like if someone doesn't actually point it out and say, "Hey, listen to this," it's almost impossible to find it.
Yeah, I mean, I've gone through, I want to say, like, so far, I guess we're going to, like, a new era of, like, post-hardcore where everything is swancore. Or I guess the majority of what's post-hardcore right now is, like, predominantly swancore. But...
I live in that. I live in the center of swancore.
And somewhere...
But Sacramento has just been completely over, like, every band that was from here, their perspective now, it's because no one stayed in a band. Basically, what they did is they would form, they would record a demo or maybe a couple songs. They'd see if they got popular. If they didn't immediately have success, they would split up, reform with like similar members, maybe a little different, change their name, record a new, slightly different demo, and then do the same thing all over again. And there's like this weird regurgitated wolf and bear. It's not like a math core. Like it's inherently still straightforward, but it's also that swan core ideology of, you know, unique and like not dissonant, but like desyncopated guitars, and then just that like groovy drum and bass, and then you have a screamer and potentially a clean vocalist, and then you open for Dance Gavin Dance every day for the rest of your life.
Yeah, I'd say that's pretty accurate for what's going on right now in post hardcore with the majority of just bands that have been popular recently.
We have I feel like, I don't know, from after COVID and the lockdown, we're having an odd resurgence of what I would say is like my generation of like the scene, where it's the bands that were either iconic in the moment or like were like big for a long time and then like kind of like slowed down, or like someone that had just one flash hit. Like this is the era of touring for bands like Thursday, Thrice, Glassjaw's doing a resurgence, Scary Kids Scaring Kids, coming with like new singers, like bands that like had a big hit in like 2006, and then their next record was garbage. Like they're coming back and they're like, hey, you remember that hit from 2006? Well, we're bringing it to your town and we're playing it all in one night. And it's like, it's great because it's introducing a whole new generation to the music that kind of, I mean, that's what influenced me, and that's what influenced like our like group of like, I don't know, scene kids. Because the scene didn't exist. The closest thing to an emo band prior to Picketline was fucking AFI. Like Thrice was like a speed thrash fucking metal band. Thursday had only done like demos, and that was, yeah, no, actually they were an emo band. I take it back. All they talk about is car crashes and fucking flowers. But like the Christian hardcore scene was such a like an instant explosion that everybody could, I mean, it was all new, it was all unique. So like we had people from like Helsinki and stuff that had like a fucking hit CD in the States for like a year because of like a couple of songs that sounded kind of heartbroken, but also kind of screamy. And then they put out the record after that, and it was like, oh God, what the fuck is this? Like, no, I don't like this. Never mind. That was a fluke. Or like you have the Taking Back Sundays, you have a record of just every song on the record is considered an iconic hit. And then you've always kind of been around, but now you're headlining a festival versus, you know, trying to write your 9th record. Very few bands like from that era were able to like survive and stay working. Like all the massive hitters, like The Used, fucking disappeared for a long time, finally coming back. I won't even say My Chemical Romance, because The Used started My Chemical Romance. Story of the Year is trying to make a comeback. That's gonna be a push. Fucking those are the first bands that were around that had, especially from this music style, to be on television, to be on MTV, to see a band, like to see Finch on MTV, and like it starts off just with like a 10-second held out scream, and like while they're playing like the down tuned beat, and it's just like power chords, and it's just like you couldn't get that, but nobody did that shit. Like if you were watching fucking MTV and seeing anything, it was probably going to be like some 41 or something like that. It was going to be some kind of skate punk, Good Charlotte. And then all of a sudden the Used comes out, and this fucking weird fucking crackhead is like puking on stage and fucking scream singing, laughing. And you just, people fucking ate it up. It created this like whole new concept of what you could do. And yeah, a lot of it didn't survive, but it's all kind of, I don't know if it's coming back in popularity, but it's coming back in, as far as it's in circulation again. There's been, I think it's because of that that giant festival that they're putting on. Fucking,
what was it, When We Were Young?
Yeah, When We Were Young Fest has just sparked a fire. But we have like right now, today was the first day of Aftershock here in Sacramento. And we got 4 days of this festival. When I first started doing an Aftershock a few years ago, I was bartending it. Burnt Halo played it one year, which was a hoot. It was very hot and uncomfortable, but like it was like 2 days, and it was like it was an event, but it wasn't that crazy. Like the biggest band that we had, I think, was Godsmack or some shit like that. Right now, it's like insane lineups. It's like, it's tonight was Slipknot, Evanescence, Rob Zombie, all that crap. But like Killswitch Engage, Bad Religion, like Fever 333, Nothing More. Basically none of the scene stuff today, so that's fine. Tomorrow will be a couple. Oh, goddamn. Kiss is playing. Lamb of God is playing. My Chemical Romance. A Day to Remember. Papa Roach. Thrice. Thursday. Theory of a Dead Man. I don't care about that. Beartooth, I guess. Enter Shikari. Enter Shikari is rad. They're super OG emo. They were one of the bands that did survive by adapting. The first stuff they put out was like Jamie's Elsewhere style, like house show, like 2006, like screamo, and then they became almost like a more of a stage performance. They turned into almost like a Panic at the Disco, and then they like diversified even more and had shit that was basically U2. And like, so now they can perform like a concert, and they perform for like 2.5 hours, and it makes no sense. So one song cool. will be like super highly like polished and produced, like oh god, what's that guy's name? Adam fucking, oh, what was their name? The judge on The Voice with all the tattoos that used to be in a band.
Adam Levine.
What was his band's name though? That's what I was.
Maroon 5.
Yeah. So they'll play a song that's like the best Maroon 5. It's like an absolute standard Maroon 5 song, and then play that, and then the next song will be like headband and just like start screaming and shit, and then the next song will be like oh god, like yeah, Panic at the Disco when he was doing his like kind of solo style stuff,
right?
And like it's odd. I didn't realize that they had evolved so much over the years. I saw a live performance of theirs from like a few years back, and they still play their whole category. It's not like we've adapted and now we don't, remember that we had clap-alongs and screamo shit. It's like we still play the clap-alongs and screamo shit.
I
think ultimately.
Sorry. Let's just going in a little bit into bands who don't play their old discography anymore. I know that Emarosa, like I mentioned, that's going to be one of the bands that I ultimately want to cover.
Mm-hmm.
They've kind of adapted, but it seems like with every vocalist, they've kind of dropped what they were playing before. Like after Chris joined, Johnny basically didn't play anything from the stuff with Chris Roeder. Then after Bradley replaced Johnny, he basically didn't touch any of his repertoire. And now they
I mean,
have like 3
from a
albums
style
worth of
perspective,
stuff.
it was better for him to keep away from it because that's not a. It's not shoes you want to be perceived as trying to fill. You know, it's doing something different because trying to like doing their music is going to be like by nature like held in contrast to the way they did it. And
Yeah, that's true.
that's not going to work out because the thing that makes Johnny Johnny is Johnny. Like people that try and do Johnny songs don't make them sound right. Like it's the same thing with like DGD. Like there's a lot of like the records that Kurt did, like Tillian cannot do because he just can't like he can't he doesn't have that vibe. He doesn't his voice doesn't have that kind of intonation and like effect to it. And then like the Tillian songs, I don't want to hear Johnny try to sing that. That would be hot garbage. It's like stay in your lane. Unfortunately, Johnny can't sing any of the old GGD shit. He's still got the same tone. He's still got that R&B like run peacocking that he's capable of, but he's lost his range. That what he was known for, which was that power behind the rasp, those big belting, long held out notes, they're all gone. He doesn't have the energy, the stamina, or the range for it anymore.
Damn.
That being said, fucking, I'm so proud of that asshole. This is the only time in like the over a decade I've known him. This is the first time he's actually been sober. Like I've never seen him this healthy. Even when he was healthy, like getting fat, because he was like, oh, at least you're not on drugs. You're gaining weight. That means you're healthy. No, it's self-destructing in a different direction. That was an interesting. We had an interesting relationship because of how, not because of how we met per se, but because of how intimately we became close at a very difficult time. We had the same management. When he had his big got caught with drugs and put in jail situation in 2011.
Yeah.
He got out of rehab or whatever and came back to Sacramento, but he had nowhere to go. And the band didn't want him, like Will didn't want him at his house. Mingus couldn't have him at his. So Rushing asked if he could stay with me. We had same managers and, we were friends, social, whatever. So like my house is kind of like always been like a second home. Like my mom's like the town mom, she takes care of everybody.
Right.
And especially with how many music buddies I had that were either living on tour or living out of their studios, my house became like a great place to go and do laundry. So I had like Jordan Blake would be over like twice a week, like just playing Call of Duty Zombies and like doing laundry and like taking a shower and shit because he was literally sleeping in the studio working on shit. And then when Johnny got out, he asked if he could come over for a couple of days, like and stay for a couple of days. And we said sure, but it was shortly after my father passed, and it was my mom and I living in this big ass house, and he came back. He was fine for the first day, and then he started he started agreeing to do guest vocal spots for bands, and then having them Western Union him money And then he took that money and went and bought dope, and then he'd go shoot up in the bathroom and like take showers for like 2 hours, and then come out just fucking like lit to shit. You know, he was getting shit together, and then it was his solo record was just coming out, um, that very first one, and he needed a touring DJ and like instrumentalist to perform the music for him because he is not a musician. He's a singer. And so, you know, I guess it's kind of it's an addict mentality, but it's like when you're with somebody that you feel like that you include them. So he wanted me to come out on tour with him because I was like a safe, I wasn't gonna rat him out kind of a thing. Like I had my own trauma and bullshit, you know. And at the time I was like, sure, yeah, I'll come press spacebar and stand on stage with you if you're gonna pay me. Like that sounds fun. Because this was prior to the Burn Halo gig. But yeah, after a couple of days of the roller coaster of trying to keep up with and then like reconnect as he detaches, having someone passing out while they're standing up and shit like that. It was hard. It was causing me to want to do other different drugs just to be able to deal with the anxiety of the drugs he was doing. And then yeah, so I called Rushing and let him know that we were taking him to like a Best Western. Because I hit Will up and Will was like, no, I ain't coming here. I'm like, okay, shit. So I brought him to Best Western. My mom and I bought him 2 nights there. And like he cried the whole way and was like telling us all this like super heartbreaking shit. Like my mom was closer to him than his own mother's ever been. He never really had family. And like he's so like embarrassed and ashamed and all this other shit. And like at the time, it kind of like I shrugged it off because it reminded me of like bandmates that would get caught like hitting on girls that aren't their girlfriend, and then they'd start like crying and like apologizing and like, you know, playing like the sympathy card. So I assumed that was what that was, until years later, through a mutual third party, they told me that they had a conversation with Johnny, and Johnny had mentioned that exact situation and my mother and everything else, and how like shitty they felt about it and stuff. And also like he assumed that was why we never talked, and I thought we never talked because he didn't want to talk to me. I had no idea that it was the other way around, but that's what assumption gets. So about a year ago I ran into him at a concert in downtown right after he moved back to California, and we like were able to like hash shit out and like kind of like chit chat, and like we exchanged like phone numbers again. Like it's nice. It's like he's not a dude I'm trying to like hit up to kick it with, but I see him and I've seen all the shit that he's gone through, and I've seen him in like 8 different versions of Inebriated, and I've heard a whole lot of his like I've seen him pretend to be sober, and right now what he's got is quiet humility and a better understanding. And I have a very similar, I guess, just method of social experiences just because of my own identity processing and stuff. Mine's less drugs and more just being an asshole. But I guess I wasn't even really an asshole. I was just being selfish. But we both kind of see in the other that like there's a change there, and so I'm very, very happy for him. I'm not probably going to do much with him, but I'm super happy to know that I don't have to like. I'm not waiting to hear about finding him under a bridge or some shit. And that was how it was for a long time.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that makes sense.
If you when you are researching I don't want to overload you right now, but when you decide to research your Emarosa interview, I toured with them for 7 weeks. I filled in for Johnny several times because of the shit they had to deal with Johnny on that tour.
You filled in for him?
Yeah.
No shit.
He got physically evicted from the venue and then needed to play the show to get paid.
Let me write this down somewhere because this is new to me. I basically just...
That was in the Panhandle in Florida. It was either Pensacola or Panama City. I'm not sure. One of those two. It was terrifying. It was fucking terrifying. He almost got us lynched by like the entire neighborhood. They were driving around in pickup trucks looking for us in gas stations and shit.
Jesus Christ. What did he do?
That time?
Yeah, that time. That one specific
I
time.
think he might have hit somebody's girlfriend.
Oh,
he was in a phase where he had a tendency to spit on girls' faces.
Oh no.
No matter who they were, whether he was on stage or not. Because he was fucked up and didn't care. We were in Florida, and he did something to it was either the girlfriend or the sister of one of the like the people like that run that event center. It was a glorified like not even a church, like it would be like a 4-H building. The stage was like a 4-inch riser with carpet on it. We were in the Florida Panhandle. It was just nice to play in a room. Yeah, he had offended somebody, and so his way of dealing with that was to escalate it aggressively and go after the girl in front of the guy or something. He was removed from the building and brought out back. When he went out back, God, he did something to somebody's car as well. It got to the point where he was no longer welcome on the property. And then I think he fucked off with a friend from town or something. He literally he left. The rest of the band was there. And was it ER? Somebody we had had talks about this because this is a couple of weeks into the tour, and they had a couple of rough patches where he would disappear and then be so late getting back that like they would be a song and a half into the set by the time he like got on stage, or that he would be playing and then he would like be singing "Get Up" in the crowd's faces and then like pick out a girl in the front row and then just spit on her face or like throw a beer at her.
That's
just some weird disrespect shit. The guitar player for Lower Definition, Valentino was the drummer. The guitar player for Lower Definition and him had a no matter what you do, I've got your back. Like I'll stab somebody if they come after you, even if you're like, you should be held accountable. And we'd had a couple of situations so far in the tour where it had affected the show, like to where like the band needed a singer to go on stage, whether he walked off stage or he hadn't shown up yet, they needed a singer on stage. And so myself and Matt from Lower Definition both filled in at times for Johnny. But yeah, the worst one was the Florida Panhandle, just because that was the first time in my life I was ever physically chased out of a town. Because it didn't matter if I was Johnny and it didn't matter if it was the right band or not. We were the out of towners. We were all culpable. It was all of the good old boys in this town in all of their trucks driving around. So it was like, don't stop, just keep going. We'll get gas in the next spot. It's not worth it. That shit was crazy.
It sounds
Also
like
had a
it
lot
would have been terrifying.
had a lot of fun on that tour too. But yeah, that was it was surreal, especially for it being kind of like our first tour, and for the majority of us, that was like their first times in this state, or like we're thousands of miles away from our homes and our comfort zones and our security and safety nets in fucking True Religion skinny jeans. um we are ripe for the picking. If a half dozen country boys with baseball bats and shotguns show up, we're fucked. Like, there's no win in that one. Like, Matt was like 16 or 17 at the time. That he no, that was rough. But yeah, it taught me a lot, because the ego and the perspective at the time, especially because Emarosa had been the break that Johnny and DGD had been so dramatic, alongside of Jordan and Escala Drive's dramatic ass shit, that they didn't really know. The jury was still, like, everyone knew that there was something fucked up, but they didn't know if DGD was like being over dramatic, like, kind of a thing, or if Johnny was a nightmare. And so for Emarosa to show up and kind of portray this Johnny, be good perspective, and they have like they start like immediate success. The record sounds great. The live performance is super good. Like, the guys are fucking super nice. Like, I loved everybody in that fucking band except their bass player. I loved him, but he rocked out off time. He played on time, but his body was off time, and it fucking, like, it messed with my head all the time. It was the weirdest thing. And it's the oddest, like, thing to point out. But yeah, when everybody on stage is moving in rhythm and you're just a half step back, I'm just like, it hurts. It hurts my brain. But yeah, they were great. My best friends out of that tour was Dead and Divine by far, just because we had far more in common, and I was connected more. We spent time together more. I did guest vocals for them a bunch. But I feel like some of the guys from Emarosa had to be a bit more reserved, or had to be a bit more, like, detached, because they were paying attention to and being responsible for something a bit more prevalent than being able to actually just enjoy themselves and have a good time. Matt Wilson, their fucking tour manager, was a pretty close friend of mine, though. I did get a pretty I guess decent perspective into what their life had been like. And honestly, after a week on the tour, it was fine, because Johnny would just ride with other bands. He just wouldn't ride in the van with them, so they didn't have to, like, be annoyed at him afterwards. So if he acted like an asshole, they could just wash their hands of him until he showed up to perform the next, and then, like, he didn't have to be held accountable for acting like an asshole. So he would ride with us or ride with Den Divine and shit like that. Ultimately, he rode a lot with Lower D, just because they had some local connections. They were from San Diego, and he spent some time in the area. I don't know. I'm trying to remember. God damn.
Do you remember
I'm trying to remember
bands
members
that you may have tried out for?
Hmm?
Do you remember any bands that you might have tried out for that you didn't end up getting picked for, or you just turned down?
Well, Bless the Fall. There were a couple, actually. I was actually supposed to replace Jag in a Skylit Drive. I went on tour with them for a brief period. This was pre-Warped Tour that year. It's 2010 probably. They were looking. It was what was that fucking record? They were about to release a new record, or they just released a new record.
Was it Adelphia?
The guys did not like Jag. They did not mesh well. He had a very I don't know, stuck up I don't know, solo star kind of personality. He looked down on everybody. He had to go by his own time. He didn't write well with others. He didn't even like to travel with them. Like the way that their RV and bus and stuff was going, he had his girlfriend driving a car, and they just went on their own and got hotels that the band had to pay for. So I rode with them to what's it called? Oh God, we were just talking about it was in Bakersfield, a music event that used to happen down there. They were playing a few shows just down the California coast, and I was at a house party like maybe a day or two before they were leaving, talking to Joey Wilson and Corey LeKay, and they knew I wasn't doing anything musically at the time. And we had played a lot of shows, like when Jamie's first started, like Jamie's in a Skylit, like that was just an easy way to sell out a venue. So if we wanted to just not have to worry about it and wanted to move merch, we did that. And just like, you know, piggyback off each other and help each other out. And so I was a friend of Jordan's. I never had even met Jag until this week, but they were going down to Rockin' Roots is the festival they were going down to. They had like 2-3 shows at like one in Monterey, one in this spot. So they were like, it's like a little like 5-day tour down to Rockin' Roots. And I had nothing better to do. They had space in the RV because, you know, only so many people ride in it. If Jag was going by himself, and like I forget, Kyle's parents own it, so they're like, it's a big ass RV, and they're like, dude, we like you better, you sound better, you're more fun, you care more, you put out more energy and effort, like Eric Rushing loves you, everybody's signed off on it, like the whole band already knows you anyways, like just come, like watch the shows, like learn the songs, and like, you know, just like see if it's something that you'd be interested in. And so I'm standing side stage, like singing along with like this shit. And that's how I realized that difference between having a high range and having a high like tenor to your voice. Mm-hmm. Because for the majority of Jag's written stuff, it's mid-high. It's not nearly as difficult to sing as like what Jordan was doing or like what I was doing. Not even what Johnny was doing. Like Johnny was hitting higher notes, but Jag sounded higher because Jag sounds like he hit helium. Mike and Johnny sounds like he's, you know, screaming. So I did that for the first couple of days, and we got down to Rockin' Roots, and we're hanging out with Jeffree Star and a couple of random people. And one of them was a label representative for, it wasn't, were they still on Tragic Hero at that point? I think they had changed.
No, I want to say after Wires they changed to Fearless.
Yeah, it was Fearless.
Because I'm also working on video on them, so.
Well, that ties into my next I guess entry into the question that you asked me. But they talked to their Fearless rep, and they were looking at going on Warped Tour. They were about a month out of Warped Tour, a month and a half out of Warped Tour. They had just released a new record. the rep told them that if they kicked Jag out, no matter who they got as a singer, they were going to get dropped because so much money had been invested into this new record and there was not enough time. They just couldn't do it. They needed to hold him or they were going to basically like Zeppelin the band. So instead of me doing Warped Tour with a Skylit Drive, I didn't. About 4 or 5 days later, that Fearless rep hit me up and asked me if I would be interested in trying out for a band called For All Those Sleeping?
That sounds like a band.
Wait. No. What am I? Wait, is it For All Those Sleeping? No. No, that's not. It. Oh, it was. Yeah, no. For All Those Sleeping. They were another Fearless project. They needed a bass player and clean vocalist. And they were good. Ish. I mean, they were very, very cookie cutter 2010 that weird hybrid, kind of like how we did that weird hybrid where you didn't know if they were trying to be Fall Out Boy or what's a good example? Something with screaming in it. A Day to Remember. It was very A Day to Remember-y, but more I guess a little more juvenile. To me, from my perspective, it was a band with like a music video on fucking Fuse and a lot of tours ahead of them. And I was cool with it, but something fell through in the processing. I talked to one of the band members once, and then they were saying that they were getting ready to have like live actual like practice trials because they were trying to get the band back together or get the band all together in the same place. And then I heard nothing about them again or from them again until I was on tour with Dance Gavin Dance and Incredible Me. I was tour managing for Incredible Me. They're like my little kids. I taught 2 of those kids how to sing. Lexi, the guitar player, is like literally my little sister. When they went on their first tour, they had no idea what they were doing. And about a week into it, they called me and were like, will you please fly out here and like TM for us? Because we're going to die. And I was off from Vampires at the time and was like, I'm not doing anything else. I'm in Vegas with like $60 in my pocket. I'm gonna go play blackjack. If I wake up in the morning with enough money for a plane ticket, I'll see you guys tomorrow. And then I did, and I flew out and I managed them for about 4 weeks with it was DGD, For All Those Sleeping, and oh God, some band that Paris, which was a no-name band at the time that literally just became the next Paramore. But at the time, it was just Lexi's lesbian crush. They were like the sweetest little kids. They're all like 5'8" and like bright-faced and like nobody knows who they are. They were opening the tour. Now they're like massive fucking pop stars. It's fucking crazy. Paris, Pvris.
Yep. I have one of their albums on vinyl. I forget which one though.
Yeah.
I think it's
they opened that tour and it was like one of their first tours and nobody knew who they were. And like our like Incredible Me was above them somehow in the fucking stage lineup, and I that was their first tour and they were not as easily to like sell. I think it was because of them being an artery band and DGD being inherently an artery management umbrella, which technically, as far as my taxes are concerned, I am still considered an artist under the artery umbrella. So I haven't disappeared entirely. I do still exist. I get ASCAP payments occasionally, very rare. It's usually from that Misery Business cover. And they do send me merch every once in a while. They sent me a really shitty hat the other day, and I was like, very nice. I haven't talked to you guys in 2 years. Thank you for the baseball cap. But yeah, so For All Those Sleeping was on the board for a quick minute, and then Warped Tour started. And then I got hit up in the middle of the night once again by Joey from a Skylit and was like, dude, some shit fucking just happened. I'm drunk. You need to answer your phone when it rings tonight. I'm like, I did. I'm talking to you right now. He's like, no, you're going to get a call. They're going to interview you. There's a lot of shit happening right now. I'm not exactly sure how deep it goes. Woe Is Me needs a new singer. Like immediately. And I was like, oh, this is obviously pre the band dismantling and rebuilding, and then Issues becoming a thing. But he quit on tour. Like he quit between stops. Like they had a massive implosion on the bus, and like 3 members just dipped. And so I got a call from what is his name? A massive name in the music management business. And it's like 3 a.m. And he's asking me questions about, how old I am, projects that I've been in, how I liked it, how often I've been performing, like what my health is like, what my living what my hygiene is like, what my living situation, like how am I on tour? What are some tours that I've done? Who are people that could vouch for me? Blah blah blah. And like in the background, I hear Joey just like, dude, we're gonna fucking party so hard, fucking. I'm like, dude, shut the If there's anything that's going to like not sell him is a fucking wasted fucking Skylit Drive member going off about how we're gonna fucking rage. But it was a very I would say invasive, like it was a brusque and invasive interview. He wanted to know a lot, and it was curt because obviously it was very late and he was trying to figure shit out. The next day he called me and let me know that the band members had taken it upon themselves to fill the positions with friends from home rather than other musicians that would be available. Rather than getting people that like can definitely do it and have done it, they were like, no, we want to bring our homies out and like have our homies do it. And so they just flew like 3 greenhorns that like from like Atlanta out onto Warped Tour and just threw them out onto shit.
That would be terrifying.
Yeah, but for about 12 hours, I thought I was gonna be the new fucking singer of Woe Is Me, and that was in 2011, 2010, 2011. That would have been a thing. That would have been a big thing. There was a moment. What is that? Wait, what was that band's name? Nope, I give up. It's not what I thought it was. So many times, people like to flirt, especially when you're kind of playing and toying with the idea of getting rid of somebody. A lot of people like to, I guess, see if there's interest or, like fill the position prior to it being vacant, so to speak. So a whole lot of times you'll get, this like offer that then gets rescinded because it didn't actually exist in the first place, or they worked it out, or they were using it as a leveraging thing so that the person would act differently or something would happen. It's kind of a weird how to manipulate children rule. Like, look, I'm gonna take your toys away. I'm gonna replace you with a good boy that appreciates it, and it's like get that kind of shit. But for the majority of the part, if I got offered a position, I tended to get it. Whether I was able to do anything with it, that's a whole different story. Like I was technically a member of 303 for like 4 days.
What?
That was fun. Just because we were in the same town. They were working on a record. I was working on a record. We were partying. We were partying in a like a lockdown scenario, and they were just like, "Yeah, you're gonna be a member of the band. Like, we're just gonna do it." And then like after everybody like came down and then went to bed and then woke up and sobered up, and it was like, "All right, well, have a good one." It's like, um, uh, what I had a project with Jordan Blake for a hot minute. That was neat. I think I have. Oh, I know I have it, but I think it's not as terrible to the point where I wouldn't be willing to show it to you. It's bad, but it's more bad for Jordan's perspective. It's weird, like, um, I don't know, some form of techno, not a popular form of techno, and then Jordan and I singing over it. And you'd think at that point there would be some form of like melodyne or tuning or anything, but no, it's just out of tune, half drunk Jordan, and then me, I don't know, trying. It was a hoot. It never made it into. I think it never made it out of the studio because he stopped paying the guy that was recording it, and so the guy just like told him to fuck off. But we recorded like 6 songs.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Did any of those ever see the light of day, or
what?
Any of those songs? Yeah.
They exist on my hard drive. Wait, do they? Oh yeah, they exist on my hard drive. I had a super group project with members of the Ghost Inside and Ricky Hoover from Suffocate and myself. We did 3 instrumental tracks, but we never recorded vocals over them. Ultimately, we broke up because we all lived on. He lived in the like LA. I lived in up here at the time, and then the other guy lived in like Philadelphia, I think, or some shit. And so sending tracks back and forth, we didn't care. Yeah, there's a lot of potential, like, you know, next tour it's gonna be you, that kind of a thing. That's kind of, I don't know, it's a fun way of making yourself feel wanted, or yeah, just flirting. But not all the time does that happen. What is that? There, that is. Yeah, that's that track. Nope, shut up. I don't want this. Is this? That's the techno. Where's the techno with the vocals on it, though? That's the real question. I've got about 40 Vampires Everywhere demos that never went anywhere. With us doing anything from like weird, like New Orleans, like creep music to like Rammstein, fucking like, like real interesting stuff.
That's pretty rad.
Yeah.
How did no, actually, you answered this one earlier. I was gonna ask, how did why did they not end up using your stuff? But I'm guessing once you stopped showing up, they just kind of didn't really use it, or what happened there?
I also found that terrible Katy Perry thing I was telling you about. Which one? The vampires?
Yeah.
So the way that Vampires Everywhere has been able to survive, the way that Michael's bands have always been able to survive, is he finds musicians that have talent and he takes credit for them. Like, he puts people in his band that will do the work, and then he says it's his band, but he doesn't write any of it. He doesn't do any of it. So he finds people that'll be his workhorses, and he takes advantage of them and pushes them, and then eventually either ditches them for either people that fit the part better, or act the way that he wants to, or have less of an issue with being taken advantage of. Before I was introduced to it, when his first band started, like the whole first record was written by their guitar player and like paid for and everything by the band. And then they had some fucking huge like falling out where Michael like rebranded everything and like kicked out like a bunch of the members and like moved the band to Hollywood and just kind of turned it into the Michael Vampire Show, which is what I was introduced to basically, because the only two surviving, like the second longest surviving member past Michael was DJ. DJ had only been in it since that last record had come out. He'd been about a year and a half. He even started as a bass player. Moved into guitar, wrote that whole record, wrote all the music. JJ was a pay for hire from Canada. He was just there to make the money and, you know, be on tour. Great dude, don't get me wrong, but he wasn't invested in them. He could give a flying fuck about Vampires ever. He just liked being able to be on tour and be in the U.S. And then I was a pay for hire. And then we got a mutual broship acquaintance, super random unknown from Utah named Miles. Basically, he'd never been in a band that anybody knew. Like, he could play, but he was a member of I don't know. Broship is an interesting concept. It's kind of like Hell's Angels, but without the everything that makes it Hell's Angels. It's a bunch of alcoholic scene kids from the 2000s that got matching tattoos that are spread all over the country. And that's your like validation is you got your broship. All right, you're good. Like DJ was broship and Miles was broship. And so it's just like, hey, come out and do this. And so we flew him to Hollywood and practiced for a couple of weeks and went out on tour. And at that point, he's got DJ is his bitch. He has DJ writing and recording songs every single day. DJ's doing it because he wants to. He does it anyways. But also he's trying to get famous. He's trying to fucking like succeed and make it happen. Michael's constantly dissatisfied with everything that we put out because ultimately it doesn't matter what kind of track we wrote, he would have to write to it. And he's just not, he doesn't have, his talent ends at manipulation. And he's got a decent scream. But he's very good at playing people. He's not good at creating. It's just not his style. He's an astute business person, and he doesn't care. So that works out very well for his success. But when DJ and him had a severance, which was just as poetically like juicy as me like leaving him on the video altar. DJ, his fucking best friend, his label partner, they had started a label together so that they could basically use their friends' shitty metalcore bands as tax write-offs and pretend to be label owners. But the person that wrote all his music, the person that like was supposed to be his ride or die, quits the band and joins his girlfriend's band and starts fucking his girlfriend. Michael Vampire was dating a girl named Dorothy at the time, and she was actually talented. That girl was, she played on like Conan O'Brien and shit.
Oh shit.
And DJ started banging her on the side and then joined her band and ditched Michael. And yeah, Michael, he was very, very he acted very emo about that. He made very many posts. He brings it up constantly, brings it up in interviews. He was betrayed and all this crazy shit. It's it's soap drama shit. But in doing that, he kind of got left with no band, and no one to write his music. So that's when like kind of the solo artist era of Michael Vampire came out, or Vampires Everywhere. Um, and when he realized that shit wasn't fucking working, he got online, found fans that were, you know, semi-talented, or he found musicians that wanted to go on tour that could do it. And he filled himself a backline again that looked the part. And now he's the one that doesn't look the part. And I don't know if, I mean, I don't know what the writing process is. But I can just, I can see there's less of whatever it was that I don't know, drew me in the first time, is left there. I think a little more of a shell going on, but DJ never stopped writing. DJ was the guy that was trying to do Cowboys from Hell. He was trying to do Bone Thugs and Harmony. He wanted to do the weirdest shit. He was a like a shreddy guitar player that liked to rap. Now I believe he plays guitar and fronts an odd trio that sounds kind of like a white trash Hot Chili Peppers.
Oh,
It's like Red Hot Chili Peppers if all of the lyrics were about smoking blunts and like chilling in Stockton, California. Great people, great dude. I love him to death. He's a fantastic producer as well. But he has the blood in his veins runs like streets. Like that guy's got ghetto in him, and he's all about it. Like we constantly say that we need to get back together because every time he comes up here, he only gets maybe about an hour away, and I don't go to Stockton. That is, you're gonna get your car stolen, you're going to buy meth, or someone's gonna shoot you. It's just not a great place to be. And I haven't been down to Hollywood in fucking forever, which is where he reacclimated. He lived in, I think he moved to Australia for a little while after the Dorothy thing didn't work out. But yeah, we constantly talk about like getting back together and like hanging out or just doing something because I genuinely enjoyed that person. But yeah, no, he was always working on some form of musical project. It just never, you couldn't typecast it. It would be one of several genres. He'd be doing some form of either like some form of metal or some form of rap. And it would be very aggressively varying versions of those things. I'm happy that he got away from Michael, though. I'm happy for everybody that they're doing whatever they're doing. I'm glad. I mean, shit. Part of me is even proud of Michael for still doing it after all these fucking years, despite visibly looking like he doesn't want to. But also, I understand it's a financial burden. He's very image conscious and very image focused, and a lot of that is monetary. He had to have he was living in a $3,500 a month apartment. His next door neighbor was one of like the Wu-Tang Clan. That was like 10 years ago in Hollywood, so I don't know what the shit is now. And like he had to. It was a perceived money thing, but his family's money. He's got a lot of
prospects.
He's got a lot of backing if necessary. His family's old Italian like family money.
Oh,
They're
that's a lot of money.
yeah. When he graduated high school, they gave him a significant amount of money to invest into the produce market, and he made a significant chunk on basically laundering money through stocks, and that's how he like that's how he was able to like kind of place himself in this perceived space of being like a I don't know, a Hollywood celebrity. He had the air and audacity and monetary presence to hang out with, and party with people like Tim Skold and like 30 Seconds to Mars and shit like that. Like I've gotten some very interesting and very unique situations because of being tethered to that person, but also I don't know if any of them are worth the stories are cool, but it's not. It could have been better not doing that. Fucking sometimes you don't realize how easily influenced you are until you're in an orgy or some shit.
There you go.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out how. I don't know why I've decided that I want to info dump all this fucking like random music on you. I'm trying to.
I'm appreciative of it. I mean, I'm basically like I said, I spent a not insignificant period of my late teens. I didn't really start doing anything party wise until I was in my 20s. But I basically just find a band I liked, then work backwards from their newest release up until I could find their demos. And I would always make sure to. This is back when like MySpace hadn't closed everything down, so if you could find the right link, you could maybe download the right song.
I wish
and back
I had.
it up.
If I still had access to MySpace, I had so much good music, like. Better part of I would say probably 20 songs on MySpace that are just gone forever now. Everything from like solo acoustic stuff to like full band, like probably only like it probably was only 2 or 3 of us recording it, but like we all played different instruments. We're talking guitars, bass, keyboards, drums, fucking vocals, random shit, and it just every genre direction you could possibly go. Weird covers. I covered a T-Pain song at one point, which was interesting. That was my first time actually singing with autotune on, and I did not like it.
What are your thoughts on it now?
What, autotune?
Yeah, or like Melodyne.
It's not even a tool. It's a flavor. Like Melodyne and shit like that, as far as like trying to correct like pitch correction, that is a editing tool. Autotune is for broken side. Autotune is a very niche like flavor that only can like it only pairs with so many things. I've sang on songs with people using autotune and requested them not to autotune me because I didn't want it. 90% of the time it is a crutch that people use to cover the fact that they kind of suck. I don't like it because it's distracting. It's chaotic because it's unpredictable. And it's easily abusable, and it puts you in this kind of what it does is it masks the actual tone of a person's voice. So you're getting a note in the sense that you're getting a warbly keyboard note, but you no longer hear that singer. You're no longer making connection to that singer. So yeah, if it's like if it's a Millionaire song, sure, fucking go for it. But if you put like belligerent early 2010s autotune on like a City and Color song, it would be fucking garbage. Like, it would make me fucking super sad because there's so much more than just the note. There's so much more than just the word. There's the inflection. There's the emotion behind it. There's the breathiness and tone. There's the the delivery and timing and candor and all those things that you just kind of you lose in whatever the fuck. And that's kind of, I also have a personal like chip on my shoulder against it because it blew up way too close to my home. Like being on like Jamie's Elsewhere, like being an Artery Foundation band, as soon as we got signed and started actively working with Artery, within 6 months, the only shit that he was signing was the Millionaires, fucking Breathe Carolina, Broken Side, fucking. It was stuff like that. What's it? Watch Out, There's Ghosts. It was juvenile kids just using it as kind of like almost like a distortion pedal. And it's like this makes me a singer, and as a singer, I was offended that they were getting offered the same like I don't know, musical allowances, and I just kind of felt like there's kiddie pool shit and there's fucking people that are actually trying. But I also don't want to be an elitist or a gatekeeper. So if you can use it well, that's fucking rad. And I've heard some instances, like a good example would be Prize Fighter Inferno. That's basically Coheed and Cambria with autotune, and there's a lot of great prize fighter shit. It's just not something that I've ever sought after in the bands I listen to, nor is it anything I've ever really wanted to play around with my own recordings. I'm far more interested in I don't know, getting the recording to not sound like shit. Solo recording is not as easy as I've watched people make it. And one of the unfortunate side effects of constantly working with other musicians that are very talented at recording stuff is you usually let them do it and you just be a musician. So over the past like year and a half, I've been, I guess, unlearning Pro Tools and relearning Reaper, because Pro Tools is kind of a crutch, and the version of it that I have any kind of memory and coherency to is long outdated, and I don't want to pay for all of the bells and whistles and bullshit when I'm just chilling at my house. Also, I've heard what my friends do with Reaper sometimes, and it's fucking crazy. I have so much music that I've kind of acquired over the years, whether it be instrumentals or song concepts or just friends that wanted to like record something that we either never finished or never got around to, but it's all on my hard drive or in my like archived like Google Doc folders. And it's like I've got probably 150 songs that are, I mean, I could start writing to and trying to record over to release in a myriad of different genres, from I don't know, I mean everything from the Amity Affliction to Skrillex. I have 4 unreleased Kaioken demos. I've got a bunch of like weird two-steppy like I guess actual hardcore, like New York hardcore style projects. I have Wes has sent me about
Wait, did it stop? Oh, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.